Mr. Sabi, it seems my colleagues are indulging themselves, but are we ready?
We are ready. We are ready, sir.
Well, the timetable is all important. They will arrive.
Our next witness is Golbahar Hatiwaji.
Thank you.
She's giving evidence remotely from Paris, France. Good afternoon, Ms. Hatiwaji. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you.
Thank you. Golbahar Hatiwaji was born in LA in December 1966. She left the country to reside in France, where she's living now. She was contacted almost 10 years after that by a colleague asking her to go to China or Urumqi to sort out her retirement papers. She arrived there and she was arrested. The police showed her the picture of her daughter participating in anti-Chinese demonstration and holding a flag of East Turkestan. Between June 2017 to March 2019, the witness was moved to a number of camps. The witness was interrogated a number of times and for many days. Eventually, she was forced to sign a document accepting her guilt and appear before the camera praising the government for her good life and the benefits that she had made. She had to denounce her husband and her daughter as well as World Uyghur Congress. Eventually, she was released and she managed to go back to France in August 2019. Sorry for that. Ms. Hatiwaji, you moved to France with your family and then you had to go back to China to sort out your pension. Immediately after that, you were visited by police. They confiscated your passport. You were interrogated and charged with disturbing social order, principally because you lived in France and because your daughter had participated in this demonstration. Can you please explain the situation in the detention center that you were taken first in Karamay?
Hatiwaji xanım, siz ailenizden Fransa'ya kepsiz. Fransa'ya gidip yıllar ötkendan keyin siz özünüzdeki pensiyaga chiqish ahvollaringizni bir taraf qilish uchun vatanga qaytibsiz. Vatanga qaytgandan keyin sizni hukumat qo'liga ilib, sizni jamiyat tartibini buzgan degan shu gunoh bilan sizni so'labdi, ya'ni jazo lageriga so'lab shunday qilibdi. Hem shundaqla shu jarayonda sizningki oilangizdagilar, ya'ni qizingizning bir Xitoy qarshi namoyishga chiqqan, u namoyishda Sharq Turkistonning bayrog'ini ko'targan mushularni ko'rsatgan mushular nimqan ahvol ostida sizni jazo lagerini qilibdi. Mushu o'zingizning beshiga kelgan mushu ahvollardan bir qor so'zlab tanishtirib o'tamsiz.
Buldu ben aldı bilen bana şu Uygur'un beshiga kelgan şu zulümni so'zlash fursatini bergan barliq sudchilarga rahmatimni aytaman.
The first of all, I would like to thank to the tribunal and everyone in here for giving me this opportunity to talk about the suffering of Uyghur people.
2017 yılı 1. ayının 29. günü ben Volcadan aeroplan bilen Harmayga Kölün Petros'a geldim.
On January 29th, 2017, I came from Gulja to Karamay, Kölün police station.
Gobaninki 3 Uyghur sakçısı gelip meninki barmak izimni aldı, avazımni lintiga aldı, çırayımni iskaniya kıldı, közümni aldı. Onun kaydan barmağımdan kan elip tekşirgenden keyin meni mashina bilan xalq doktorxonasiga apарды.
3 policemen from state security department came and they took me. And then they tested my eyes, my voice, took blood out from me. And after they doing all the checks, and also they checked my eyes as well. And also after doing all these tests, and they took me to police station. Oh, sorry, get it wrong. My mistake. Took me to the hospital, Karamay People's Hospital.
Üyek apağandan keyin bana bir türlük tekşirişten elip vardı, süydük tekşirdi, jürek tekşirdi, kan besimini ölçüdü, onun keyinden işki azalarını bir cevaplık tekşirdi.
After they took me to the Karamay People's Hospital, again they did to me a medical examination. That examination included urine tests, heart check, blood pressure tests, and also the checking my all organs, inner organs.
Ondan keyin meni Udul Karmay şehirlik tutup duruş ornuga apırıp adam toplap cemiyet amallığını buzdu degan töhmetke kol koyuşqa mecburlandım.
And then they took me to the Karamay City Detention Center, and at that detention center they forced me to sign on a document confessing that I committed crime of disturbing social order.
Bu yerga kirgandan keyin birinchi bo'lib men o'zimning butun kiyimlarimni shu tutib turish o'rniniki kiyimlariga almashtirdim, ya'ni juzrali kiyim, sariq kiyim.
At the first, in that detention center, I had to take off my own clothes and change to that detention center's uniform, which is its orange color.
Onun keyin meni oldichilab, oldidan, yandan rasmga tatdi, eg'irligimni, bo'yimning egizligini o'lchidi. Onun keyin putumga kishanni silib, kameraga kirib so'layapti.
And then they took my pictures from the front, from the side, and also they measured my heights and my weight. And then they shackled me, they shackled my feet, and then they detained me into the camp.
Can you briefly explain the conditions of the camp?
Aşı sizni so'lagan lagerninki ahvolini qisqacha bizga deb beramsiz. Sharoitlarni, qanday sharoitda?
But let me just a moment. Let me tell you that the panel has read your statement, which is very full and complete, so they know about it. So please very briefly tell us about the conditions.
Mushu sot mahkamasi sizniki butun yozma materialingizni nayta tafsili o'qib chiqdi, hammasidan xabaringiz bor. Shunda bo'lganlik uchun javob bergan vaqtida nayta qisqacha javob bering. Hozir shu jazo lagerninki sharoitini, ahvolini so'zlab bersangiz.
Bunu ben o'xshamagan ishki lagerda ishki tutib turish o'rnida turdim. Lagerniki ahvoli bo'lsa, bütün derizler, küçük tüşükçüler içilgan, kalem bilen takip etilgen, hava uçuşmaydı. Bütün yani kamera var, bütün hareketimiz küzdürüp duruldu.
The total, I was detained in 4 places, 2 detention center and the 2 concentration camps. And the condition of the camps is very bad. There are just little holes which hold into steel and just kind of round holes. There is no air coming through into the camps, and everywhere is a camera. Every move of the detainees are monitored by the camera.
Lagerda Uygurca qilishimiz cheklangan, har qanday diniy faoliyatlardan shug'ullanishga bo'lmaydi.
In the camp, speaking in Uyghur language, our language is prohibited, and also any religious activities or any religious gesture, everything is prohibited as well.
24 saat çırak yiniq tuturdu. Keçileri uxlamasdan dijo'rlik tuturmiz.
The light is on for 24 hours, and every night we had to take a turn to look, and we don't sleep. Take a turn to God, kind of thing.
Kuniga 11 saatlab sınıfta oturup tarix, qonun, hamsa tili darslarni o'qiymiz.
Every day we study for 11 hours. That study includes history, Chinese language, and the Chinese law.
Uning kaynidan butunlay shu diniy asabiylikka qarshi turadigan shu maktabning qoida tuzumlari, uning kaynidan qizil naqsha o'rganamiz.
And also we learn about educational thing that against or getting rid of religious extremism, and the rules and policies of the camp, and also we sing red songs, red material.
Bütün öğrengen derslerini çokum yatırışımız gerek çünkü her haftanın 5'i imtihan alıyoruz bizde.
Everything that we have learned has to be memorized because every Friday we're gonna sit for exam.
Biz 2017 yılı 10. aydan başlap gündelik xatlar yazışqa mecbur bolduq. Biroq bu gündelik xatlarni bizga mas'ul bo'lgan ma'lumlar 3-4 kunda bir chiqib, qanday mazmunlarni yozganligimizni ko'rib bizga qo'l qo'yib beradi.
From October 2017, we start to write diary. However, every within 3-4 days, the teacher has to took our diary and also check the content, what we have been written in it.
Bu deganlarimning hammasi lagerdagi ahvollar. Uning kaynidan o tutib turish markazidagi ahvollarga o'xshamaydi. Uningdan boshqa bizning kiyimlarimiz intayin yilin. Bizni shamollatimizda kunda 0 dan 28-30 graduslik sovuqda talada soatlab turg'izib qo'yadi.
This is the condition of the concentration camps, and however the condition of the detention camps are again different, and also we used to wear very less clothes, and it's very cold over there, and by wearing such a little less clothes we were taken out for having a wind or having air, and the degrees was minus 28 to 30 Celsius. It's very cold.
Thank you. You said it's very cold in Karamay and it inhibited you from doing your duties. Can you explain what duties you had?
Siz yazmanızda, materialınızda depsiz, Karama'nın havası şundaq soğaq, aşındaq soğaq bolsunmu bizning soğaqlıqdan ba'zi bir vazifalarimizni o'tashga shundaq qiyinchiliklarni akilatdi depsiz. Shuni qandaq tushuntirib beramiz? Qandaq vazifalaringizlar bor sizlarning, qandaq majburiyatinglar, vazifalaringlar bor qilishga tegishli.
Bizni kunda ba'zida bir kunda 2 qatim, ba'zida bir kunda 1 qatim shu qamoqxonaninki ishchi tarafida bir shamoldatgan uy bor, shu yerga chiqib soatlab cho'zib qo'ydi. Shu vaqtning o'zida mana shu kameraning ishini kontiya bilan muzlatib. biz ayardan kameranın içine kirgen vaktimizde mi biz neçe saat kısılık su vaktini eslimizge kiremeyiz. Onun kendinden bizden yotkallarımız şundak neyip biz?
It is very cold still. There is a room. They would take us once a day or sometimes twice a day in a room that they said we're going to take you out for having air. But in reality, that room is very cold. And on top of that, when we come back to our cells, they make cell even more colder by putting on AC, air conditioner. And also our beddings are very light as well.
Keçisi dejurunu tutuğa vaxtımızda biz hakikaten pek muzlaydı.
And also every night we have to take a turn to watch over. And it is again, we have to do that duty at night, and it's very cold.
Yes, you had to keep a diary that was checked by your teacher. Can you explain what was the content of that diary and what did you have to write in it?
Siz dep sizde gündəlik xatiri tutatdıq dep, onun üçün o gündəlik xatirini oxutqucularımız təkşirəb turatdı dep. O gündəlik xatirinin də nəmə məzmunlar batdı, onun nəmələrini yazatdınlar?
Odatda bizden talep qilgan vaqtida xiyolinglar nima kelsan, qanday o'ylagan bo'lsanglar butkul ishga hissiyotlaringlarni yazsanglar bo'ladi deydi. Biroq biz uningga faqatla chunki muallimlarimiz tekshirgan bo'lgandan keyin biz shu kunlarimizda norozi bo'lib bir narsalarni yozsak, muallimlarimiz ko'rib qoldi. Undaq ahvolda biz noroziligimizni ifodalashga bizning huquqimiz yo'q bo'lganligi uchun biz faqatla shularninki shu yaxshi kunlarni bizga berganligiga bizning intayin xushalligimizni Jongo Kommunistik Partiyasiga bo'lgan rahmatimizni aytib yolg'ondan bir narsani yozamiz.
Initially, the teachers would say that just to write whatever you feel, whatever you think in your mind. But since teachers will check it, the diary, and we don't really write whatever we feel or whatever we think, because if we write, like, we're not allowed to express, and we don't have any rights to express our feeling, our views. We only have to write something that we're praising Chinese Communist Party, and we're not allowed to express our unhappiness or not a satisfaction about the condition or what we are being through. So the only thing that we are allowed to write is praising and appreciation of the authority, that the life that they have offered us, and they express that we are happy with it. And we always have to praise what Chinese Communist Party is offering is a great thing. So we never write real feeling that we had at that time, but exactly we write something else, which is praising the Chinese Communist Party.
And did all the inmates have a diary?
Aşı solanğanların hamısı da bağımdı ya, şunda hamısı yazam təşdiq gündəlik xatiri.
To'g'ri, hammamiz yozdik.
Yes, all of us write.
Then you had a 2 weeks military training while you were in the camps. Can you explain the nature and purpose of that military training?
Onun için siz aşı lagerda vaxtınızda 2 həftə hərbi məşq etdikənsizlər. Şu hərbi məşq qilish, o qandaq hərbi məşq qıldınlar, həm də o hərbi məşq qilishning ki nima məqsədi бар ekan, yəni nima məqsəd bilan sizlər o hərbi məşq qıldınlar?
Biz lagerga kelgan dastlabki 2 haftada harbiy mashq etmoqdik. Bu harbiy mashqda o'rinda turish, o'ngga burilish, so'ngga burilish, orqaga burilish. Uning keyindan harbiychilar tik holatda yarim soat, 1 soatlab turish. Shularni o'rgatdi.
That military training is happened when we just came to the camp. In the first 2 weeks, and that military training includes how stand up, turn right, turn back, turn left, and also just to stand still for half an hour, kind of, just stand still. It included that kind of trainings.
Bizga bu harbiy mashqni shu rasmiy harbiylikda turgan ishga harbiy o'tadi. Bularning bizga nisbatan harbiy mashq epirishga maqsadi bizni ashlarningki buyrug'iga shartsiz bo'ysundirish.
The training was undertaken or instructed by the two military personnel who were from the Chinese military, and the purpose of the training is absolutely obeying what we ordered to do. So it's just a training of loyalty or training of obeying the rules.
Salametlik yaxşı emas, yeşi çoğlanma. Çünkü bu lagerda 17 yaştan 70 yaşlık adamlar bo'lgandan yeşi çoğlan, salametlik yaxşı emaslar daim bu harbiy mashqqa qatnashib bermay, aylanib chiqib tushadi.
The camp detainees, the ages are from 17 to 70 years old, or over 70 years old. Due to age and some health conditions, for some detainees, the training was very harsh, and some of the detainees were unable to continue or undertake the training, and some got fainted.
In October 2018, you were moved to another camp where there was a courtroom established in the hall of that camp. Is that correct?
Sizni 2019 yılı 10. ayda yana bir lagerga yetkazib ekandik. O yetkazgan lagerda bir sotlash uyi bor ekan. Bir manda zalga yasagan. To'g'rimi shu? Qandaqa? To'g'rimi?
To'g'ri, biroq 2019 yil 10 oy emas, 2018 yili 10 oyning 18 kuni yig'inlarga o'tkazdik. 11 oyning 5 kunidan boshlab bizga 3 dan 4 dan chiqib sudga chiqib boshladi.
Yes, correct. There is a courtroom, but it's not in 2019. It was 2018 October 2018.
Yeah, yes, to October 2018. Eventually, you had a hearing in that court, and your family members participated in that. Is that correct?
İşqilib eng oxirida siz ashu sot uyida sotlanibsiz. Undan keyin sizning sotlagan vaqtida nima sizning urug' tuqqanlaringizmi shu sot maydoniga kelib ekan, shundaqmi?
Faqat mening Urumchidagi bir singlimlam kelgan.
Yes, only just the one sister from Urumchi.
You were released in March 2019 after accepting all the charges that they had made against you and being forced to give an interview live on camera, where you denounced your husband, your daughter, and World Uyghur Congress and its leader. Correct?
Ondan keyin siz 2019 yılı 3. ayda sizni qo'yib beribdi-ki, qo'yib berganda men sizga shu atgan gunohlarning hammasini deb qabul qilib, ondan keyin siz o'zingizning oilasini, balalaringizni butunlay e'tirof qilmay ularni rad qilib, ham shundaqla dunyo Uyg'ur qurultayini rad qilib, shunlarni qilgandan keyin sizni qo'yib beribdi ular, shundaqmi?
Shundaq.
Yes.
Finally, Ms. Hatibaji, the Chinese government claims that you lied about being forced to come back to China, so you came on your own volition. They also claim that you lied about being sentenced to 7 years imprisonment, and they maintain that you were suspected of involvement in terrorist activities. Do you want to respond to those charges or not?
Xitoy hukumati sizni yolg'on so'zildi deb shunda deb aybladi. Ya'ni unda degani sizni undaq majburiy vatanga qaytarib kelgan unda ahvol mavjud bo'lmadi. Sizni 7 yil turmaga kesilganligi yolg'on. Sizni bo'lsa terrorlik faoliyatlarga qatnashgan deb ashunda deb aybladi. Mushning qatta sizning ko'z qarashingiz qanday? Siz nima deysiz?
bu Xitay hükümeti yalnız mene emas, bütün şu vatandaki Uyg'urning beshiga kelgan zulmni, kampının ahvollarini chiqib so'zlaganlarning hammasini yolg'onga, terrorchiga chiqaryapti.
The Chinese government, this is not surprising. Chinese government is not only just denying whatever I have said. The Chinese government is completely denying whatever is happening to my homeland. Every witnesses who's talking about what they have been through in the denying whatever I have said. The Chinese government is completely denying whatever is happening to my homeland. Every witnesses who's talking about what they have been through in the concentration camps. It's not just my case is not just individual, special alone cases that China is denying and accusing us as a terrorist, because the Chinese government is accusing everyone as a terrorist in my homeland.
Thank you.
2016 yılı 11. ayının ahırı ben vatanga qaytqıçılık bo'lgan Fransiyada turgan 10 yıl jarayonida ben azaldan Cumhur hükümetiga qarshi bir siyosiy faoliyatlarga ya bir hareketlerge qatnashib bakmagan.
While I stayed in France for 10 years, which is the end of November, since the end of November 2016, within the 10 years, I did not take a part any anti-China activities at all.
Meni 2019 yılı 8. ayının 19. günü pasportumni qo'limga bergan vaqtida Harmay şəhərlik Donanju'nun şujisi Lo Shuji benden şu lagerlarninki içilganlığının to'g'riliğini shular uchun ishqigiz yaxshi gap qilishimni shundaqla mashaqqat chiqqandan keyin Uyg'urlarning ahvollarini shularga ma'lum qilib turishimni, ular bilan bo'lgan munosabatni uzib qo'ymasligimni talab qilgan.
On August 19, 2019, when the Chinese government issued my passport, gave my passport, at that time the Secretary Law told me that the operating the camps are correct, and also just told me that the camp operation is correct thing to do, and also asked me and request me to say, like that, and talk about the camp, and the Chinese government did the right thing. And the second thing is asked me to inform whatever is happening outside, activities of the people, the Uyghurs outside, to the authority.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hati. Thank you. The tribunal still have questions, and I will stop my questions at this stage. Mr. Chairman.
Sizga ko'pdan ko'p rahmat deydi. Mahkamaning yana sizga boshqa savollari bor. Men so'rash fursatini boshqalarga beraman.
In France, did you work, and if so, was it for a French or a Chinese company?
Siz Fransiyada xizmat qildingizmi? Agar xizmat qilgan bo'lsangiz, xizmat qilgan kompaniya Fransiyaningmidi yoki Xitoyningmidi?
Fransiyaning.
It's a French company.
Do you speak French?
Siz Fransuzcha so'zlay olamsiz?
Ozgina.
Yes, a little bit.
When you went back on the 21st of August 2019, you had been subject to 3 years of harsh imprisonment and substantial brainwashing.
Siz 2019 yılı 8. ayının 21. günü qaytqandan keyin 3 yıllık iğir derecedeki türme ahvalıga hem şundaqla yani iğir küçlük derecedeki mingini juyish ahvalıga yo'liqibsiz, mingini juyish siyosatiga.
Shundaq.
Yes, correct.
Did those managing you think that you were a reliable, brainwashed person who would take the message of China back to France?
Muşu 3 yıllık aşı ağır derecedeki türme hem şundaq sizin mыңını juyuşması tərbiyesi sizin ideyarınızı özgərtib muşu sizni Fransiyaya kelib Xitay üçün qıldığan aşındaq bir adamga özgərtəldim. Şunda bolışınızğa şu nəticə yaratdımı? Muvaffaq buldum.
Yo'q, o'zgartirmadi. Agar o'zgartirilgan bo'lsa, men Fransiyaga qaytib kelgandan keyin Qarmay shaharlik Guangzhou'ningki boshlig'i Loshujining degan gapi bo'yicha ish qilardim. Undaq vaqtida meni Xitoy hukumatini bugungi kunda terrorchi deb qaralamaydi.
No, it didn't change my mind. And if it did, I would have done the order that the law, Secretary of Law from the Karamay Public Security Office told me to do. I did not follow what he told me to do after I come back to France. But I choose to speak out.
Madam Interpreter, the question was not obviously properly understood. Make it very short. Did the people releasing her to go back to France think that she would be a reliable person to tell the Chinese story in France?
Okay, think. All right, yep, I got you. Şu sizni Fransiyaya qo'yib berganlar, sizni mushu Fransiyaga kelib Xitoyningki shu so'zini yoki Xitoyning nima demoqchi bo'lganligini shu Fransiyaga anglatalaydigan darajada mingisi o'zgarib, ashunda bo'ldi deb o'yladimi?
Balkim o'ylagan bo'lishi mumkin. Agar o'ylamagan bo'lsa, meni qo'yib bermasligi mumkin.
Maybe they think I am. Otherwise, maybe they're not going to release me.
This is not a question. I just want you to know that we've read all about the harsh treatment and the various methods of brainwashing, and I'm not going to ask you about that, but I want you to know that we've read it all.
Biz mushu əminəsini oxuduq deydi sizinki yazma materialınızın hamısını. Bu bir sual emas. Faqat sizin həmmənimizni oxuğanlığımız üçün muşunu müşahid otur qoyub nəm qatımız.
Now, back to the beginning, to your arrest in November 2016.
Əmdi sizin yəni qayıtımlığı qolğa ilinə vaxtınızға qayıtıb gələyli, yəni 2016-cı il 11-ci ayğa.
You had, in your 3 years in France, been backwards and forwards 4 times to China.
Siz Fransiya bilan Xitayning o'tirligida 4 qatim safar qilibsiz, kelib ketib.
Do you think that when they arrested you, they had a plan for you in particular?
Sizce ular sizni qo'lga olgan vaqtida siz uchun bir plani bormi ularning maxsus?
Menimcha plani bor deb o'ylayman. Chunki 2012-yili, 2014-yili yo'ldoshim bilan vatanga tuqqan yo'qlab borgan vaqtimizda Anchuanjuning odamlari yo'ldoshim bilan ko'rishib, o'zlariga xizmat qilishni talab qilgan.
I think they have a plan. Because when we visited in 2012, 2014, the Chinese public security officials met with my husband and requested if he can work for the Chinese authority.
Mening hech qanday gunoh qilmaganligimni tutib bildi bilan faqat meni tutish orqali yo'ldoshimdan o'ch ilishmikin deb bu o'y farzim mening o'yim, biroq buni 100% cho'qim shunday deb muhimlashtiraman.
I am innocent and they know I'm innocent as well. Just simply they have arrested me in order to revenge from my husband. This is just my guess. I am thinking, but I am not sure.
Please consider 2 possible plans. First, that from the very beginning, knowing of your being integrated into French society, may they have planned from the beginning to brainwash you and send you back, or may the plan have been connected to the medical tests that were taken in great detail when you were first tested?
Nima siz o'ylab beqingdaydi masalan plan birinchisi siz mushu Fransiya jamiyatiga kirib rasmiy mushu Fransiya jamiyatining nimasida mushundaq yashab qotgandan sizni balkim mushu mingingizni yuvib ashtaq o'zgartib ashtaq qilish tarafdan g'alaba qilgandek ashtaq ahvol bo'lganligi uchun shu sizni bu Xitoyniki shu ash tarafdan bir to'g'ri bishorat yoki to'g'ri bir so'zni qila oladigan ashtaq ishiltalaydigan odam bo'lishingiz mumkin deb shu planmi. Ikkinchisi sizga elib borgan xil turlik salomatlik tekshirishlari bo'lgan-ku. Shu salomatlik tekshirishlar bilan bir aloqasi bormi?
Uni men aniq bir deyamayman. Bu to'g'ri o'ylab baxmoqdim.
I didn't think about those. I am unable to say much about it.
Having 10 years of experience of another culture, the French culture, did you, with that experience, notice changes in China over the 10 years in the course of which you went backwards and forwards and ultimately were detained?
Beg your pardon, can you rephrase the question? Sorry.
Yeah, did you notice in the 10 years changes in China when she went back and forth?
Siz mushu 10 yilning ichida Fransiya bilan Xitoyning orlig'ida berib kelib turibsiz. Siz o'zingiz shaxsan mushu Xitoyda o'zgarish, mushu 10 yil mobaynida bir o'zgarish bo'lganligini his qildingizmi? O'zgarishlarni farq etdingizmi?
Farq etdim, chunki men dastlabda Urumchiga tushiman, qarmay mening bu burun xizmat qilgan o'rnim, G'oljida mening urug' tuqqanlarim bor, Altayda yo'ldoshimningki oilasidagilar bor.
Yes, I did notice. When I went back, first I go to Urumchi, and then my own hometown is G'olja, and then my husband resides, he's from Altay, and then my workplace is Qaramay.
Ben mushu 4 qitim bargan vaqtida tekshirish punktlariningki shundaq jiqlab ketganligini, ma'lumotlarga o'rnatilgan kameralarni uning kaynidan mushu u shahardan bu shaharga mangan vaqtida tekshirish ilib borgan vaqtida xansolarni tekshirmasdan biz Uyg'urlarni bakrak tekshiraydiganligini his qildim.
What I have realized in the change is, one, there are more checkpoints. Second, everywhere is camera, surveillance camera. The third, whenever people travel from one place to another, everywhere is monitored, and also you have to go through checkpoint. But the checkpoints are particularly targeted to Uyghurs only, not for Chinese.
Two last questions about the medical test that you had in 2016.
Ağırqı iki sual, yani 2016 yılı sizge elip berilgan salamatlik tekshirishlar haqida.
Or rather, the very beginning of 2017.
Yoki 2017'ning 5'idagi, yoki 2016'da yoki 2017'ning 5'idagi.
Did you have any fear that your organs might be harvested?
Sizde bir endişe bormi, balkim sizning shu ishki a'zolaringizning biralarini ular ilib oldi deb yoki ilinib ketdi deb bir endishingiz bormi?
2017 yılı 1 ayının 30. günü beni qamoqxonaga apadi. Qamoqxonaga apirishdan burun adyamı men deb o'tgandek Paychosoda bir qitim, Xalq doktorxonasida bir qitim salomatlik tekshirdi. Biroq men u vaqtda shundaq Uyg'urlarning beshig'i kelayotgan bu kunlardan xabarsiz bo'lganligim uchun men o'zimning bir a'zosini avvaldi avalanmı degan endişeli bombadan hem hazırlıkçılık birer azarını avaganlıkıga avamıdı.
No, I don't have that concern. When I first gone through that medical examination at the police station first, which is January 30, 2017, afterwards I was taken to the hospital again, undergo a medical examination. But all this time, but I never suspected that, whatever they are doing to Uyghurs is something else, and I never suspected they're gonna take organs out from me.
Then, actually, two more very short questions. What did she think was the purpose of the medical examination?
Siz şu doktor tekşirişlerinki nim maqsadi bor. Ular nim maqsad bilan undaq doktor tekşirişlerini ip bardı o çağda.
Ben aynı vakitte bana nispeten doktor tekşirişini yapmağa vaktida meni tekşirgen doktor ayol saqchilarga qon besimi yuqoriga diqqat qilinglar degan.
Initially, at the beginning, when they did medical examination on me, the female doctor told the police said that I have high blood pressure, so had to be careful.
Last question. You may know that we have already heard evidence of people detained being medically tested, but I don't think we've heard of one having his or her voice recorded. Why do you think your voice was recorded at that first test?
Biz şahitlarninki muşundaq doktor tekşirişlerini ötkenligini hemsini anlagandık. Lekin bu avazını loyin qilib, yani avazını elip undaq tekşirgen deganini anlamagandık. Siz şundaq dediniz. Sizning uchun ular nima uchun sizningki ovozingizni elib undaq uni rekord qilib nim qiladi? Nima uchun sizning ovozingizni tekshirgan?
Men shu vaqtda ovozimni nima uchun unga elib tekshirdi deganni o'ylagan vaqtimda balkim bizning butunlay shu chet elda turib Jongo bilan qilgan telefon aloqalar bilan shu ovozimizniki mos kelganligini bilish uchun shunday tekshirganligini deb o'yladim.
My thinking of the doing voice recording check is the authorities maybe wish to identify or recognize the communications between inside the country and abroad to recognize or make sure, in order to recognize that voices, the communication voices. That was my thinking when they did that test.
Rest assured, we have all read the detail in your statement. My colleagues may have further questions.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask two short questions? First of all, why didn't you change your passport to French when both your husband and your daughter had changed theirs?
İki qısqa sual. Birincisi, sizningki yo'ldoshingiz, qizingiz Emisi Fransiyanın pasportunu aptı. Siz nemişki özünüzün pasportunu Fransiyanın pasportuga o'zgartmadingiz? Nemişki Fransiyanın pasportunu almadingiz?
Çünkü meningki apam olsun, yoki yo'ldishimning apasi bo'lsin, hammasi yoshga cho'ng bo'lib qolgan. Tasaddibiy ular ya og'rib qoladigan yoki bir yomon ahvol kelib qolgan vaqtda men Jongo pasporti bilan turayotgan bo'lgan biletni olib darhol boralayman. Viza talab qilish ketmaydi deganni o'ylab men Fransiyaniki vatandoshligini talab qilmoqman.
Because both my mother and my mother-in-law, which is my husband's mother, the both of them are elderly, and I kept my Chinese passport in order for the convenience of the travel. If something happens to them, if they are not well, so I can travel immediately just by buying the ticket rather than applying for visa, etc. So that's why.
Thank you. And my second question was really about the retirement. Could it be possible that your colleague had been told by the police to ask you to come back to apply for retirement? And what was the point of being retirement? Was I going to give you a pension? Thank you.
Sizniki ma'lumki pensiya мәселеңіз haqida so'ramoqchi. Sizcha shu sizningki xizmatdoshingiz sizga telefon qilibdi, shu pensiya ishingizni bir taraf qilish haqida. Sizcha shu sizning xizmatdoshingizni soqchi telefon qil deb soqchi telefon qilg'izgan bo'lishi mumkinmi? Uningki yana birisi sizning o pensiya ishingizni hal qilishninki nima ahamiyati bor yoki nima muhimligi bor siz uchun?
Meningki shu xizmatdashim menga maqsadlik telefon qildi deb o'ylayman. Balkim soqchilar telefon qilgan bo'lishi mumkin. Chunki men shu idoraga shu pensiya rasmiyatini bajarish uchun yetib berib 15 minutdan keyin kunning paychosoniki 3 soqchisi yetib kelgan.
I believe the phone call that I have received from my colleague is purposeful. The police may have asked him to or told him to ring me because soon I arrived, within 15 minutes time, the police came to me.
Şimdi ikinci so'al, masalan, tüysho başımdaki bana nispeten nime ahmiyeti var deb so'radi. Meningki xiyolimda ikki qizimni o'qitib olgandan keyin, butun urug'-tuqqanimiz shu yerda bo'lgandan keyin vatanga qaytib ketish ehtimolligi bo'lib qolishi mumkin deganni o'ylagan.
Regarding my pension, the significance or importance of why should I deal with my pension, my thinking was after my 2 daughters graduated, and my thinking was I may be able to return since all my relatives still back home in my country. I maybe go back to my country. That was my another thinking.
Thank you.
Rahmat.
Could you explain what the purpose of chaining you to a bed for nearly 3 weeks from the 1st of April to the 20th of April, I believe in 2019?
Sizni 3 haftachilik, ya'ni 4-ayning 1-20-siga qadar 2019-yili karvatga zincir bilan bog'lab qo'yishninki nima maqsadi bor ekan, nima maqsad bilan sizni karvatga bog'lab qo'ygan?
2019-yil 4-ayning 1 emas, 2017-yil 4-ayning 1dan 4-ayning 20-sigachilik men 20 kun zanjirlandim. Mendan boshqa ayollar uningdan jiq hatto 2 oydan ortiq zanjirlandi. Bularning nima maqsadi borligini biz bilmadik. Shu vaqtda so'ragan chog'da biz buni bilmaymiz, bu faqat yuqoridan kelgan buyruqlar dedi.
Not it's 2019, it is from 1st of April to 20th of April 2017. Yeah, I was chained for 20 days, but I have witnessed that other people chained more than 2 months. When we asked what's the purpose, they didn't tell us and we didn't know. They just told us that it's order from the top.
And you've described in your statement extensive mistreatment and indeed, if you were caught speaking Uyghur, as you describe it, you were severely punished. Do you have any idea what the purpose of these punishments, what the purpose of this, best described as humiliation, would be?
Siz mushu yozma materialınız depsiz, sizni Uyghur derecedeki aşındaq noto'g'ri muomalalarga, qiyin qistoqlarga uchrabsiz. Ham buning ichida birsi hatto Uyg'ur tilida gap qilsanglarmi, buning uchun sizlarni jazolandik deb. Endi mundaqcha aytgan vaqtda bularning hammasi bir xil dafsandichilik, xo'rlash. Mushunchalar xo'rlashlarninki sizcha maqsadi nima? Nima maqsad bilan mushundaq xo'rlashga uchirdinglar?
Mushundaq xo'rlashlarning maqsadi bizni ruhiy va jismoniy jihatda sundirib, o'zlariga shartsiz bo'ysundirish. Eng oxirida Uyg'ur millatini tubdan yo'qotish deb o'ylayman.
I believe the purpose is they just plan to completely destroy us mentally as well as physically, and also make us absolutely obey them, absolutely follow whatever they say. The end result, the last result, the purpose is just a completely genocide.
And did you see this punishment regime having that impact in the sense of destroying people mentally at least, and to some degree physically, from other inmates who were locked up with you?
Sizning qarashingizcha, siz bilan birga so'langan boshqa shu so'laqtikilarga nisbatan aytgan vaqtda mushu hukumatning mustaq ruhiy ham shundaqla jismoniy jihatdan mustaq yo'qotish ilib borgan mushu harakatlari, mushu ilib borgan mushu xo'rlashlari g'alaba qildimi? Shundaq maqsadga yetdimi? Masalan, ashla ahvol shu ta'sirini ko'rsatdimi siz bilan so'langanlarga? Shuning ta'siri bo'ldimi? Ashla yo'qoldimi shu ruhiy ham jismoniy tarafdan?
Ben lagerda bo'lsin, mayli kayfiyatda bo'lsin, bütün hamma odam bilan paranlashish, gap qilish fursati yo'q.
There is no chance or an opportunity that we can talk with other inmates, both in detention centers as well as in the camp.
Faqatla men bilan paranlashalgan, men bilan bir yataqda yotgan ayollar bilan paranlashish jarayonida bildimki, ular Çinçuangu bunda qilish orqali biz Uyg'urlarniki ro'yini hargiz sundirmaydi, u hargiz o'zining maqsadiga yetolmaydi degan. Menimcha Uyg'urlar shu kelgan besimdan texmi tushunib ketdi deb o'ylayman.
Yeah, although I am unable to talk with others, but the detainees that I was detained together, the people in the same cell as myself, I heard from them that the Chinchuango won't achieve on its goal of destroying us. I believe that the torture, all this humiliation made Uyghurs even more stronger.
Thank you.
Rahmat.
Thank you very much. Gulbahar Hayaturiwai, your evidence is finished. Thank you for coming to the tribunal to give it.
Xanım, siz köpten köp rahmat mushu nemige mahkamaga kelib shohidlik qilganingiz uchun tugdi bugungi.
Sizlarga köpten köp rahmat.
Thank you very much to you all too.
This has already been dealt with. Yes,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. There is a small change of program. The next witness would be our expert Darren Byler, and Roshan Abbas will give evidence a bit later today.
And we still got otherwise the names on the list, so we've got quite a lot to get through.
Yes.
Very well. And one of my colleagues asked me, the last witness, you dealt with the information adverse to her.
We dealt with
You
that.
did, yes.
Thank you.
Right at the beginning. Thank you.
Dr. Byler is an incoming Assistant Professor of International Studies at Simon Fraser University in Vancouver, British Columbia, and a postdoctoral research fellow in the China-Made project at the Center for Asian Studies in Boulder. He has authored 2 acclaimed books related to the Uyghur region. The first of these books is an ethnographic monograph titled Terror Capitalism, Uyghur Dispossession and Masculinity in a Chinese City. And the second is a narrative-driven book titled In the Camps, China's High-Tech Penal Colony. He is the author of a number of research articles, policy reports, and short essays on the unfolding situation in Xinjiang. Since 2011, he has engaged in 24 months of ethnographic research in the Uyghur region, Xinjiang specifically, and most recently in 2018. The witness states that since 2017, the PRC has engaged in a campaign to eliminate or significantly damage significant aspects of Uyghur society through the following methods: intergenerational family planning policies, gendered violence, which includes coercive marriages between Han men and Uyghur women, and other forms of sexual violence and involuntary surveillance on Uyghur family structure and religious practice. The witness identifies that family planning policies disproportionately impact Uyghur families. Policies include unannounced examinations, financial incentives to informants who report violations, and criminalization of what are called illegal births. Uyghur birth rates, according to the witness, have dropped by some 50 to 80% in Uyghur majority areas, and some 10% of all camp detentions relate to violations of birth policies. The witness notes that at least 500,000 Uyghur and Kazakh children are being raised in a non-Muslim environment and have essentially been transferred to Han Chinese families. 2/3 and 3/4 of Uyghurs and Kazakhs, respectively, who have been detained have been men between the ages of 18 and 55, which has had a significant impact on their families who also face stigma by association. The Urumqi Public Security and Civil Affairs Ministry jointly manage the camp system. Births and marriages have been impacted in particular with the state imposition of Han Chinese men, so-called relatives, into Uyghur households, which have become female-led households because of incarceration of the men. Births and marriages have also been impacted due to state-enforced or state-encouraged marriages to Uyghur women in a carefully calibrated system of rewards and punishments. Finally, the context in which the witness describes these state acts is in a system of severe and total monitoring and intrusion of Uyghurs and other Turkish minorities. Investigation and detention of Uyghurs and other Turkish Muslims followed poor scores for systemized markers of trustworthiness, which relate to suspicions of many sorts, including religiosity and political activity. This was consistent, the witness says, with evidence from The Intercept, which also showed heightened scrutiny of all Muslims against 53,000 unique identifiers of Islamic or political activity, and particular scrutiny of relatives and children of detainees. The Intercept is a data set that contains close to 250 million rows of data, which make up tens of thousands of police files, and these files were recovered largely from the mobile police system of Urumqi, which is a standardized mobile policing system. Information is gathered, according to the witness, by civil servants formerly employed by the Ministry of Civil Affairs, but is fed up to the Public Security Bureau. Dr. Byler, I believe you have a short presentation. We'll be grateful to hear that.
And Dr. Byler, before you start, Mr. Sabi, the timetable is getting tight, and sometimes it's problematic because witnesses and interpreters are available at remote locations. I could foresee that this witness might be the subject of sustained questioning by my colleagues. I don't know, but it's possible. And therefore, can I hand to you the clock in the sense that tell us when it's got to stop, because I dare say Mr. Byler will be willing to come back in September, especially as it's by video link, at less inconvenience than would be the very substantial problems of disrupting witnesses who are sitting on standby in remote locations with interpreters. How long have we got?
If the panel is prepared to extend the sitting by, say, 45 minutes, we can get through all witnesses today. But Dr. Byler had the time constraint. That's why we changed the timing.
When does he have to finish?
Closer to 7.
How long would you like the present questioning to last for convenience, please? Until? It's 25 to 4. When should we finish? We can always come get him back.
4:15.
4:15. Thank you very much. Dr. Byler, off you go with your presentation.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here. I'll just have some short remarks about the three main foci of my report. looking at involuntary surveillance, family planning policies, and gendered violence and their effects. State authorities often describe detention in re-education camps as voluntary, but internal police documents demonstrate that very little interaction between Muslims and state workers is in fact voluntary. One of the ways this coercive pressure is built is through surveillance. Xinjiang now has one of the highest densities of surveillance cameras, face recognition checkpoints, and digital forensics infrastructures of any location in the world. It also has some of the greatest density when it comes to policing as well. From cellular towers to mobile devices to smart ID systems, QR-coded housing, neighborhood-level sub-monitoring stations to centralized command centers, server rooms and smart detention camps, a system of digital enclosure has enveloped the entire region. The early stages of the rollout of the system in 2017, state workers began to conduct assessments of the population to determine who was trustworthy, normal, or untrustworthy. In face-to-face interviews and in surveys that were sent to people's homes, the neighborhood police officers assessed Muslims using 10 categories: whether the person was Uyghur, whether they were of military age between the ages of 18 and 55, were unemployed, whether they prayed regularly, possessed unauthorized religious knowledge, had a passport, had traveled to one of 26 Muslim majority countries, had overstayed their visa, had an immediate relative living abroad, or had taught their children about Islam in their home. This is how it's laid out in the form, these 10 categories. Each category that counted towards them was used to deduct points from a score of 100, moving them down a scale towards an untrustworthy scoring. Those that were untrustworthy were sent to the detention centers where they were interrogated, asked to confess their crimes, and name others who were untrustworthy. In this manner, the officers determined which individuals should be slotted for transformation through re-education and which should be formally prosecuted. The state documents I've reviewed show that since 2017 and up to 2020, 533,000 people in the region have been formally prosecuted. And this is at a rate that's 6 times higher than the national average. And it's not accounting for people that are yet waiting prosecution and that are in the camps themselves. The system of surveillance has an immediate effect. It had an immediate effect on Uyghur religious institutions. A police report from April 2018 provides some of the most detailed and straightforward assessments of the goals and effects of the Urumqi policing system on Uyghur religious institutions. It describes, quote, a dramatic decrease in mosque attendance as a success of the system. While the mosque remains open, in this particular case, the number of people who entered the mosque to pray during the first 4 months of 2018 had dropped by 96.52% as compared to 2017, when 80,211 people had attended the mosque to pray. The report specifies that religious people are now afraid to pray in the mosque because they have been, quote, told that those who enter the mosque more than 200 times will be sent to education, which is the widely used euphemism for involuntary detention in the camps. The primary actors in the surveillance system are deputized citizens. Beginning in late 2016, hundreds of advertisements from the Xinjiang Public Security Bureau for auxiliary police and other workers appeared across Xinjiang. As other scholars have shown, approximately 90,000 new officers were hired at this time. While some of these officers were formal employees transferred from other places, the majority were low-level contracted employees, low-level security guards. After a 10-day boot camp training, they were assigned to posts in newly built People's Convenience police stations, which form a grid of policing throughout the entire region. These stations function as surveillance hubs, forming centralized nodes of the surveillance system, which an Urumqi police chief purported to be seamless. The system is deeply invasive. Over the week of April 23rd, 2018, in one precinct in Urumqi, 40 state workers scanned the phones of 2,057 people using a digital forensics tool called an anti-terrorism sword, which looks for more than 53,000 markers of religious extremism and political activity. In addition, to scanning phones, the police assistants manually scanned the faces of 935 people using face recognition technology. Over 2018 and 2019, there's slight fluctuations in the numbers of people scanned per week, but in general, they're fairly consistent. This is an ongoing and iterative process. As of 2018, in the precinct that I'm speaking of, there was 36,000 people in the total population, of which 6,569 were ethnic minorities, and around 2/3 of which were adults. Because the police assistants prioritized scanning the Muslims, on an average week, it's likely that as many as half of the adult Muslim population in the jurisdiction were subjected to involuntary phone scans. And according to government documents, more than 100,000 people were at least initially detained due to digital activity from years before the camps were built. The assessments continue over time. Many Muslims who stopped attending the mosque and passed their first assessments were subsequently detained because someone else named them as untrustworthy due to their religious background. The state also assigned an additional 1.1 million Han and Uyghur big brothers and sisters, that's how they're often referred to conduct week-long assessments in Uyghur homes. Over the course of these visits, the relatives tested the trustworthiness qualities of Uyghurs who remained outside of the camp by forcing them to participate in activities forbidden by certain forms of Islamic piety, such as drinking, smoking, and dancing. As a test, they brought Uyghur hosts food without telling them whether the meat used in the dishes was halal or not. These relatives focused on the families who had been taken away, and they looked for signs of resentment or a lack of enthusiasm. They gave the children candy, or they were told to give the children candy because they said that the children will tell them the truth about what the parents thought. They also made sure that there were no illegal births in the family, which brings me to the second focus of my report, which is the Zero Illegal Births program. In order to understand this program, it's necessary to read the directives given by the Chinese Civil Ministry very closely. On April 12, 2019, a government committee in Aksu City in southern Xinjiang made the following announcement. Here I'm quoting directly. The People's Government has decided to implement a real name system of rewards for reporting illegal childbirth behaviors, violations of law, and regulation in family planning work, while at the same time urging those who violated laws and regulations to take the initiative to self-report and strive to be dealt with lightly. The announcement then announces to citizens throughout the municipality of around 700,000 people that citizens who report illegal birth activities of their neighbors will be giving a reward of 5,000 yuan, which is around 550 pounds. Included in the listing of rewarded information are not only violations of having more children than are permitted, but also adopting children in violation of regulations or illegal procedures undertaken to give birth to children again. My interviews indicate that the illegal procedures that are referred to here is the removal of IUDs and other family planning devices or birth control devices, which are subjected to regular inspection. In order to ensure that all illegal pregnancies are detected, state workers are tasked with, quote, finding the number of women of childbearing age within their jurisdiction. They must then assess the birth control measures used by each woman. The directive states, and here I'm quoting again, those who have not taken long-term birth control measures in small towns and villages must be visited every month and subjected to quarterly pregnancy checks. Illegal pregnancies must be, quote, disposed of early, a reference to state-mandated abortion. Nowhere in the document does it state whether these checks are done voluntarily. In fact, my interviews suggest that these checks are received as orders. The directive also states that, and here I'm quoting, married women of childbearing age who have adopted long-term birth control measures should be classified as trustworthy personnel, which means that they won't be sent to the camps, and receive IUD or ring inspection services. That is to say that there's an incentive to receiving an IUD as a way of protecting or insulating yourself from potential detention. these exams extend beyond unmarried women as well. For instance, female students are also mandated to receive regular physical examinations. Further evidence of the involuntary nature of the reproduction monitoring program is demonstrated by the unplanned and surprise inspections that women are not permitted to refuse. The implementation of the program rests on an organized system of quote, unannounced visits, where women will be inspected and households examined for unregistered children. What exactly is meant? Who exactly is being targeted by this system? In state documents from across the region, state authorities lay out that zero illegal births, the program was to target all ethnicities, with a particular focus on government employees, religious figures, farmers, and herders. In another document from Hejing County in southern Xinjiang, state authorities say directly that the program should also target farmers and herders, a demographic in that location and most locations across Xinjiang that disproportionately draws from the Muslim minority populations. Since the new regulations were introduced in 2017 with this new explicit focus on childbirth among Muslims, the consequences for previous and current illegal births have become stark, not just in terms of monetary rewards and fines, but prosecutions for those deemed illegalized parents. The new regulations target parents of illegal children as far back as 1992. Out of a sample size of 1,500 detainees who were sent to camps since 2017, 151 were detained for violating birth policies. If the sample is taken as indicative of camp detentions as a whole, which is an estimated 900 to 1.5 million people, approximately 90 to 150,000 parents may have been detained due to violations of family planning. Taken together, all of these systems meet standard definitions of negative eugenics, but they also do something more. A key component of the Zero Illegal Births program is the illegalization of adoption among Uyghur families. My interviews show that in practice, this policy prevents Uyghurs from caring for the children of detained relatives. Instead, the children of detainees often become wards of the state in residential boarding schools, dubbed kindness centers. As other research has shown, in the Uyghur majority areas, as many as 70% of all children 0 to 5 have been assigned to a range of schools, ranging from week-long full care schools to daycare schools. According to state documents, as many as 500,000 children Uyghur and Kazakh children are being raised in a non-Muslim environment. In 2019, a state spokesperson announced that they had recruited nearly 90,000 new politically loyal teachers to the region. Since these new teachers are primarily Han and functioning as parental figures to children who have been removed from their homes, in some sense they are enacting a forcible transfer of children of one ethnicity to another. And now I'll move on to my final focus, which is on marriage, Han male marriage to Uyghur women.
Dr. Byler, forgive me for interrupting. I'm just conscious of the time and the fact that the panel and council have read your report in quite some detail. Perhaps if you'd permit me to interrupt, maybe I'd ask my questions and then pass this on to a member of the panel, and perhaps then if there's time at the end you might be able to finish the remaining part of your presentation. I'm just conscious that we've covered all the points you've raised so far, and we've extracted that from your report.
Okay, that's perfect. Yeah, happy to answer some questions. Sure.
Great. Thank you, and forgive me for the interruption.
No problem.
You've estimated that some 10% of camp detentions related to violations of birth policies. How many of those related to the Uyghurs or other minorities?
Well, of those detained, all of them are Uyghur or other minorities. That's based on the sample that we have. It's a limited sample of only around 1,500 people that we have good evidence for, where we have government documents saying why this person was detained. But it is a quite common reason for detention. And we see this in multiple data sets across the region. So, from southern Xinjiang, and rural areas to the city of Urumqi, which is where I've done the most of my research and have the most documents. It's a quite common reason why people are detained. And everyone that I see mentioned in the detentions for family planning policy violations are Uyghur or Kazakh.
And would you know what the other 90% of camp detentions relate to?
Well, there's a whole range of different reasons given. One of the most common one is violating public order or social order, which means gathering a crowd, or it means meeting to conduct religious activities outside of a mosque. There's also, just visiting the mosque too often, more than 200 times, is shown in the police documents to be a reason why people are sent to the camps. The majority, I would say, are being sent to the camps for religious practice reasons. And oftentimes the evidence given is from digital activity in the past. But also, once people are being detained and interrogated, they often are asked to confess and to name other people who are also religious. And so that's another way that they find out who had been practicing religion in the past.
Is it just children of detainees that become wards of state, or is it all so-called illegal children?
Well, there again, it's not fully clear. If both parents are taken to the camps, then it's quite often the case that the children become wards of the state. If it's only one of the parents, the child might remain with the remaining parent. But as I mentioned a bit in my report, most children are now being sent to boarding schools, regardless of whether their parents are in camps or in prison or not. So in some sense, children in general are being separated from their parents, particularly when it comes to those that are the middle school and higher. But even elementary school, people often now, the children are now living in dormitory type residential schools at the county seat, which is, maybe, between 50 to 100 kilometers away from home, which means that they don't have regular visits with their parents. So child separation is quite common. But certainly for people that have detainees in their family, the occurrence is higher.
So just to clarify, that would be children who were deemed illegal would be separated, even if both parents were still at home?
Not necessarily. So the illegal births program is really about preventing parents from having 3 or more children, or 2 or more in some cases. Sorry, more than 3 or more than 2, depending on where they live and where their house is registered. And so if you have more than that, then that child will be deemed illegal. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the child will be treated differently than the other children in the household. So the illegal births program is really about preventing births altogether. The children that are sent to and becomes wards of the state are simply the children of families that the state has determined to be untrustworthy or not able to care for the children. And then in addition, the regular school system itself is becoming a residential school system, which means that all children can be sent to forms of residential school.
And is becoming a ward of state permanent?
I don't have enough information to speak with a lot of authority about that, but it certainly appears to be the case in the limited cases where I've seen enough evidence that the children are fully separated from their parents. In some cases, and family members. In some cases, they're allowed to have a visit with a grandparent once a month. Children that have become sort of orphans and wards of the state. But the grandparents report that the children, really no longer speak Uyghur or Kazakh in the home and are withdrawn and are being quite damaged by the separation that's occurring.
You've identified the Uyghur birth rate declines of between 50 to 80% in Uyghur majority areas. Does that just bring the Uyghur birth rate in line with the Han Chinese birth rate in Xinjiang in a relative sense?
No, I don't think that's true. Although I'd have to look at the demographics more closely to say with more certainty. My sense is that Han birth rates have remained fairly steady in Han majority areas in the region, which is simply that the Uyghur rates have dropped quite dramatically. What we're seeing is that Uyghur birth rates are now below Han birth rates, I think, across the entire country, at least in some areas. But there again, you'd have to look more specifically at specific cases and do more comparative analysis.
And when you refer to Uyghur majority areas, would that necessarily mean southern Xinjiang has more majority areas than northern Xinjiang?
That's right. I'm referring to Hotan and Kashgar prefectures in particular, which is the home to 3 to 4, 5 million Uyghurs. Aksu is also Uyghur majority, but Hotan and Kashgar seem to have the highest rates of when it comes to a drop in birth rate.
To what extent is it possible for a Uyghur woman to consent to the imposition of a male relative?
It's not possible at all, really. They have to consent, or I mean, the choice is consent or refuse and be sent to a camp. In the most stark terms. There's ways that they can find excuses, say that they're not home or they're not feeling well. They can sometimes negotiate with a relative who also might not want to actually be part of the program. And they can divorce their husband, which I found to be the case in numerous instances, as a way of stopping the visits. Because once you've divorced, you're no longer part of the family that's on the watch list, the visits can stop. So those are some of the choices that are in front of the woman. But in general, there is no avenue of refusal.
And to what extent is it possible for a Uyghur woman to consent to a marriage to a Han Chinese official or any sexual approach from a Han Chinese male?
Well, there again, it depends a bit on the situation. But I would say, in general, it's difficult. There's a good deal of pressure and political incentives that are placed on a Uyghur woman to consent to a marriage to a Han person. What I found in my research is that women, particularly unmarried women, will try to find excuses, or they'll try to marry quickly to someone else, to a Uyghur or at least a Muslim person, as a way of protecting themselves, insulating themselves from the potential of being married to a Han person. Oftentimes, the marriages are arranged through the parents of the couple. So the pressure is actually placed on the parents of the Uyghur woman. And this is coming from the civil ministry, officials that are in their community. If the family has a bad family background already, they might have someone in detention, they would be even more vulnerable than people that don't. But all Uyghurs are vulnerable in these kinds of situations because refusal can be seen as a sign of untrustworthiness, as a sign of of being too pious or too connected to your Uyghur identity.
Just 3 very short questions for me before I hand you over to the panel, if I may. Is it correct that the highest organ which receives intelligence information is the Municipal Public Security Bureau?
Well, so it's a complex system, and Urumqi is the capital of the region. But there's provincial level ministries of state security that receive intelligence as well. What I've looked at most, and so the Ministry of State Security is higher than the Public Security Bureau, I would say. If we're going to compare to the U.S., it's the relationship between the CIA to the FBI or something like that. But it's all interlinked. The information that is being gathered in Xinjiang is available throughout the entire region and to people that have security clearance throughout the country. So the watch lists that are being generated are in some ways a national watch list. One of the key items in the Intercept data set that we have is a list of 9 million people who are on a watch list. And this is for the entire country. And this is widely available to Urumqi police officers, but also the entire country.
You've referred to the deputization of Uyghurs for law enforcement purposes. Is that a voluntary program or a compulsory program?
So it's a deputization of citizens in general. Many of them are Han, but significant numbers are Uyghur and Kazakh. It is voluntary in some ways, but it's also a form of protection, and that's how it's understood in this space, is that if you volunteer to become a deputy, you're protecting your family and yourself from detention. The work that they do is often, they didn't know what they were signing up for when they signed up for the job, that they would be putting people in camps, because many of them at least were hired before the camps were actually built. And they found out as they were doing the work that they weren't permitted to quit their job or to speak to anyone about what they were observing or doing. So there's a coercive element that's built into the system once the people are hired, with them not being allowed to quit their jobs. Many, or at least some, police officers that are in this position have also been detained for showing weakness on the job, for helping someone, like a neighbor or someone else, trying to protect them. So there is a coercive element that's built into it.
And my final question is, how do you account for abuses of Uyghur citizens by Uyghur police officials or Uyghur camp guards or Uyghur intelligence officers?
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, when it comes to thinking about the low-level functionaries of the system, there's a great deal of pressure that, especially if you're a Uyghur or Kazakh, that you could be labeled two-faced, which is the official term that describes someone who pretends to, follow party doctrine, but is secretly, working to support other Muslims, and you can be, put into the camp. I think initially, people that are working inside the camp system might try to resist and try to help Uyghurs if they can. But over time, it becomes normalized. And so in some cases, people become quite callous to the system. In other cases, because of the dynamics in their institution, they're needing to prove to the higher ups that they are cruel enough to be in their position. And so that's also another incentive. Others, I think, may gain some power and privilege through their positions of authority, and that also has its own enticements.
Thank you, Dr. Byler, for your very clear answers. I'll hand you over to the panel.
And Dr. Byler, it'll only be 14 minutes because we've got a timetable to meet, providing you're able to say you're likely to be available between Friday the 10th and Monday the 11th or 13th of September to finish your evidence. Yeah?
Sure, I can come back then too.
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon, Dr. Byler. Thank you for your report to the Tribunal. My questions are going to focus on that part of your report that relates to Uyghur social institutions. And I'd like to ask you questions under three heads. The first relating to children, the second relating to the Becoming Family program, and the third relating to inter-ethnic marriage and sexual politics. So to children first, you write in your report that a key component of China's zero illegal births program is the illegalization of adoption and the transfer of children into care as wards of state in residential boarding schools. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
And if you triangulate what you know of the grey literature with your own interviews, could you very briefly summarize for us the sorts of circumstances that lead to children being sent or transferred to those residential institutions?
Sure. Well, it's a complex system, so it's hard to speak with categorical certainty about how all of this works. But I have some examples. So one contact of mine, he had three of his uncles were taken to either camp or prison, leaving behind many nephews and nieces. And his parents, wanted to take two of those children into their home and did for a brief period, for a couple of weeks. And then the local authorities came and they said, no, you can't have these children in your home. And they took them away, and they've lost complete contact with those children. They don't know where they are. These are, my contacts, nieces and nephews. And they said these are the children of extremists, and they need to be re-educated. That's how they communicated what needed to be done. That's a fairly extreme example, and I wouldn't say it's necessarily normative across the entire region. In other cases, I've heard reports of children that are taken after both parents are taken away, who have been able to visit family members occasionally, but exhibit in their visits, forms of trauma. So it's not uniform. I think it depends a bit on the county, on the location where the children are being taken away. And then in addition to all of that, there's normative separation, because the entire education system is becoming a boarding school system. So that's what I know at this time.
So I take it that means that in some cases, at least, guardians, extended family of those children, are not notified where the children are being taken to.
That's right. The children disappear, and the family members lose complete contact with them. One of the reasons why my contact was not able to adopt the children as well is that they had a full quota in their household already. So I think that was another reason why they said they couldn't have them. But then, that's no reason why they couldn't maintain some form of contact.
Thank you. Can I come now to the teachers in these residential schools? Just to give the tribunal a sense of how these teachers are recruited, and whether these are advertised posts, whether they can be likened to the earlier recruitments that you were speaking of minor functionaries, where the teachers aren't really aware of what it is they're going to be doing, or is it the case that these teachers are recruited with the explicit purpose of going into these particular sorts of residential institutions?
Well, I've seen thousands of advertisements for teachers. They are publicly available. Each county will advertise for the teachers they need. Typically what they are looking for are native Chinese speakers or people that speak Chinese fluently. They ask for a clean political background, resoluteness against the fight against extremism, terrorism, and separatism. So in some sense, they do know that they're engaging in part of the war against terror, which is what the camp system is framed as being part of. But my sense is, and they need to have a high school degree or a college degree is preferred. My sense is that they often don't know what they're getting into when they're sent. The salaries are quite high for, relative to teaching salaries in other parts of the country. So I think that's, part of what recruits people to come. There's also terms that are built into the contracts which prevent people from leaving early if they, are dissatisfied with the employment. So I think in that way, the state, brings these people in and then doesn't let them leave, at least immediately.
Do you have, Dr. Byler, any evidence of you've alluded to trauma amongst children in these institutions? Do you have any knowledge of the different experiences, for example, of a boy child and a girl child in these institutions? And I'm thinking here in particular whether you know of any examples of sexual violence towards girls in these institutions.
I don't have enough fine-grained evidence to speak to the gendered components of this. It's possible. I think the deeper concern is probably neglect of the children being crowded, being held in structures that are not built to hold children. Being quite cold, not having adequate clothing, food, all of those things. But there is also the potential for sexual violence towards children. I just haven't seen enough evidence to speak to it.
Can I ask you, do you know of any occasions on which party officials have either visited these residential schools or spoken about them, not in a grey literature, but in for example, speeches?
Yes, there's numerous documents you can find that speak to the love and care that's produced through these kindness centers, which is how they're referred to. So there is official visits. In the official visits, it's the presentation is quite a bit different from what I've heard from witness statements of conditions inside the camp. So I would see these visits as staged.
Thank you. Coming now to the PRC's Becoming Family Homestay program, what evidence do you have that these visits are not entirely innocuous and friendly?
Well, the manuals that the relatives use speak very explicitly about the goals, which are surveillance-oriented. They talk about how you should, first, create conversation before you start interrogating, and about befriending the children because they'll be honest. They talk about what you should be looking for in your inspections. There's quite a bit of evidence that point to the testing of people's sort of willingness to participate in secular or non-religious practices like drinking and smoking. Yeah, there's also forms of elimination and replacement of Uyghur cultural traditions and practices inside the home, remodeling the home. The relatives will bring new equipment to modernize the home for them, those sorts of things. And then in one of my interviews, a relative said, we don't know why they're not using the new washing machine we gave them. They just put it in the corner. And so there's a real disconnect, I think, at least at times, from the view from the relatives of being sort of benevolent and giving gifts to these people, and the way it's received. I think they're often not thinking about this is a family that's just lost a member of their family to a camp, and is feeling a great deal of pressure to engage with us. So some of the coercion is implicit rather than explicit, but there is the explicit there too.
Can you clarify for the tribunal who bears the costs of the visits? So who underwrites the costs of eating together, traveling together, and so on?
So the relatives are often talked about as volunteers from particular organizations, coming from a company or a civil ministry organization that's in another location, an urban location often. And those companies, I think, bear at least a portion of the costs. It's not entirely clear where the money comes from, but it's not that much money either. So that the visitors, the relatives, are supposed to bring, gifts of 200 yuan or so for the host. And then in some cases, they also bring other daily necessities that are supposed to supplement their income, due to the lack of income because of having a relative in detention. It seems as though the funding is coming from the companies or organizations that these relatives are coming from. That's my closest guess.
Thank you very much indeed. If I may, I'd like to turn now to your analysis of marriages. No, I've just got one more issue I really want to cover. Thank you, Jeffrey. If I may turn to your analysis of marriages between Han men and Uyghur women, which you report about in your submission. Can you tell us historically what proportion of Uyghur women's marriages have been to Han men, and when and how that's changed, if at all?
Sure. So historically, Uyghurs have not married Han men to a large extent at all. I would say it's less than 1% of all marriages by Uyghurs are with Han people. That really has to do with religious difference of Muslims not wanting to marry non-Muslims, and also social pressure that's coming from the Uyghur community and the Han community as well. So seeing a dramatic increase in marriages now points to a new dynamic that's coming from this campaign.
And how do we know that these marriages are not the result of women exercising their personal preferences or choices?
Well, it could be in some cases that is what they're doing, and it might be a way of them protecting themselves again from a bad family background and the potential of them themselves being detained. My sense, though, from my interviews is that's typically not the case, that Uyghur women are actually trying to find excuses not to interact with Han men because of their fear of being forced to marry them. So I can't say that in all cases it's fully coercive, but it appears to be coercive in many of them. And there's also from the Han male perspective, a kind of power that's being exercised, where they talk about, if you're interested in Uyghur girls, come to Xinjiang because you can marry them now. That's kind of an open discussion that's being had. There's also advertisements that speak to matching Han men with Uyghur women. So it seems as though there's a structure that's being built.
So if there's an incentive, if the prospect of marrying a Uyghur woman is being offered as an incentive, is it also possible, to your knowledge, that there's any suggestion of sex tourism into the region in order to access Uyghur women?
I mean, that's a potential. I don't know if it's tourism as much as it's a sort of an additional incentive to come. Many of the people that are put in these positions are not tourists, but rather volunteers or working as relatives, or they are government workers that are working in the camp system. So it's less tourists that are coming and just finding people on their own, and more about a government sort of settlement policy that is bringing people to the region.
Thank you. My final question is whether it's known, it's been recorded that Uyghur men will have married Han women.
That's happened at times, and typically there it's Uyghur men who are in the state system, who are working as police officers or working inside the camps, and I've seen some notices that celebrate a new marriage between a Uyghur man and a Han woman. It's quite rare, though. I would say 95, 98% of the marriages are between Han men and Uyghur women.
Thank you very much indeed. No, I'm done.
Yes.
Just 1 minute, Dr. Byler, Mr. Savvy and Mr. Abraham. Professor Manji has finished her questions. I'm looking around. Do others have questions of this witness? Professor Manji's got one more question.
I have numerous other questions. I'll ask just this one.
But if you've got numerous other questions, we're going to break now because otherwise the timetable becomes ruinously difficult. I thought you'd finished altogether when you said finished.
I can do either. I can do either.
Mr. Abraham, Mr. Sabi, Dr. Would you come back later? Will you come back later?
Me? Yes, sure.
Yes. Later. Sorry, we don't know when, we don't know where, but will you come back later? And we'll make sure that there's plenty of time to deal with your report.
I would be honored.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Shall we say 15 minutes?
Maximum, sir.
Sorry?
Maximum 15.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes, not a minute more.
Assalamu alaykum, hörmətli görünmənlər. Biz bugün Angliyanın paytaxtı Londonda elib berivatqan Uyghur Sot kollegiyasının 3-cü günlük ispat beriş yığınını naq meydan davamlıq huzurunlağı sunuvatımız. Ben alim, bu əpəndim Uyghur bölümünün müdiri Məhəmmədcan Cümə.
Rahmet, hörmətli görünmənlər, görüvatqanlardək biz Angliyanın London şəhərdə işləvatqan Uyghur Sot kollegiyasının 3-cü günlük, 2-ci növbətlik anıltışıdan naq meydandan anıltış berivatımız. Körüp ötkününglardək bu guvalıq beriş yığınının 2-ci basqışlıq anıltışı hazır tamamlandı. Biz müştoğurluq məlum bir düşünçlərini sizlərə verib ötümüz, düşündürüb ötümüz. Tövəndündaqda alim əfəndim, şu bayqı 2-ci basqışlıq guvalıq beriş yığınının dəstəbki qismini siz azraq bir düşündürüb ötken bolsunuz.
Oldu əlbəttə. Bugün düşdün ki, dəstəb qədəmdə Fransiyalik Uyghur Guvaçı Gülbahar Aytıvacı xanım ispat bəgən boldu. Gülbahar Aytıvacı xanımına aiddi. Yaxşı özünün beşdən ötkən həm də faciəli günlər bolsunmu aiddi canlıq şəkil ispat bədi. Onun için Amerikalıq Uyğurşünas tədqiqatçı doktor Darren Byler əpəndi Xitay hökümətining Uyğurlara qarşı elib berivatqan tuqqandaçılıq siyasət bolsun, məyli Uyğur qızlarını məcburlab Xitay ərligi tegish siyasəti bolsun, buna nəhayət dəlil isbatlar bilen düşündürüp bəgən boldu. Onda bolsa Məhəmmədcan əpəndi siz aldı bilen bu Gülbahar Aytıvacı xanımның bəgən guvalığının mühim qismlərini bizden görərmənlərimizlə biz bir həmbəxtliğən boğasıq.
Əlbəttə oldu, rəhmət. Gülbahar Aytıvacı xanım özü tegi qarmaydın Fransiyada 10 yıl yaşayan balçaqları bilen, aileleri bilen şu arlıqda bir neçə qitim Xitayga berib gəlgənligini aytdım. Bu xanımınki yana bir alayidlikka o'xshamaydigan bir yeri lager şahidləri bilen biri lagerda biraz uzaq yatqan guvaçlarning biri, yana birisi öz haqqında, özünün beşini ötkənlər haqqında kitap yazgan, kitap nəşr qıldığan guvaçlarning biri. Yani Xitayning atalmış, yani bu qayta tərbiyələş lagerlərinin qandaq ayat qaldım degan temlik bir kitap. Yani Rose and Margaret degan bir ayol bilan fransuzca yazıp çıkan kitap bu. Bu ayolninki, bu guvaçninki, bu xanımninki sözleri qarsak başqa guvaçlar bilan o'xshamaydigan bir neçə tərəfləri var. Birinci bu lagerninki turuş o'rnining o'xshamaslığı asasen belki bu lager məhbuslarınınki, lager tutqunlarınınki beşiğe keldiğen bazı tərtibləmə o'xshamaydigan bo'lsa kerak. Belki bu qarmaydagi lagerda bu xanımninki kögünü bula günlük xatir yazışga mecburlangan. Günlük xatir yazışga mecburlangan. Bu günlük xatirda yandaydiki biz elbette beşimiz düşüncələk eğir küllər keliyotgan bolsunmu, özanlarının köngülü kelgənini yazыңlar degan bolsunmu, biz köngülümüz kelgəndə emas, belki Xitay Kompartiyasını maqtab yazışga mecbur boladıq deydi. Yalğandır deydi də. Çünki xorluqlar uçurdunuz, siz u yerdə nachar şəraitlarda yetişki mecburlandınız, uxlaydığa ornunuz mu yox, hətta 2 saat uxlaysınız, bir neçə saat öyrütürsünüz, 24 saatlıq çıraq yıqılıqdırdı. Yəni siz sizgi şundaq bir küllərni beşinizə mubtala qılğan bir partiya hökumətə rəhmət etişki mecbur bolsunuz. Bu yerdə adamınki diqqət qılmız bulmaydigan bir nöqtədək tuyuldu mənə. Zıt bir xil tuyğu boluş kerak bu. Onundan başqa yana bu xanımninki yani bir nokta biz bu bayanatda dikkat kıldığan elbette doğru berişdeysiz, qalğan tərtiblər oxşaş, qızıl naqşlarını eğitiş, atalmış tərbiyələş, edib beriş işləri oxşaş. Ama yani bir oxşamaydigan nokta bu xanımninki çıqqan vaxtıda bir niməyə, bir iqrarnaməyə qol qoyduruşqa məcburlanğanlığı. Yəni birisi yana siz Fransiyaya barğandan keyin biz üçün işləng, Xitayning yaxşı gepini qılang deb yo'l sağanlığı. Yana bir bayana jarayonida Xitayga qaytish jarayonida 2 qitim Xitay istihbarat organlarınınki bu xanımның erini izlab biz üçün sen işləb bəgən bolsan deb ulardan tələb qılğanlığı demək. Xitayninki şu istihbarat organlarının qandaq işləydiganlığı, hökumət aparatlarının qandaq işləydiganlığı aid məlum bir uçurlanma ilvağını buldu ekan. Yəni birisi nima desiniz, bu xanımmı Fransiyada 10 yıl yaşaş jarayonida öz aytdi, Xitayga hech qandaq bir qarshi hərəkətlər bo'lib baqqan emas. Şu jarayonda belki Fransiyada nurg'un kishilik huquq da'volari va namoyishlar bo'lgan bo'lishi mumkin. Shunlashganlar shu Xitoyga qarshi turmasak balkim bizga hech qanday bir ziyon kelmasligi mumkin, ya'ni Xitoydagi maoshimizni olib yashashimiz mumkin deb o'ylayotgan nurg'un Uyg'urlar bo'lishi mumkin. Biz albatta ularni ayblamaymiz, o'zining tanlashi. Mushu asosda berib Xitoyningki zarbasiga uchirgan, bu yerda nima deydi desangiz, nimani ko'rsatdi desangiz, siz Xitoy bilan qanchalik hamkorlashing, qanchalik ularning siyosati bilan ishining shu yaqinqi siyosatlarda balkim siz Uyg'urlar bo'lsangiz, ilgariki shu mutaxassislar deb aytgandek, Uyg'urlikning eng negizi jinoyatlashtirilgan ekan. Har qanday Uyg'ur siz Xitoyningki hukumatiga ishongan bo'ling, ishlagan bo'ling yoki ularning sistemasidan foydalangan bo'ling, sirtqa qolmaysiz degan bir uchurni bergandek tuyuldi menga. Meningki hozircha shuni so'zlab o'tay. Yana bir muhim nuqta to'g'ri. Bu yerda bu xonimdan savol so'ragan Hamid Sabi degan afandim bor. Bu ئەنگلىيەدىكى خېلى نەتىجە قازانغان كىشىلىك ھوقۇق ئادۋوكاتى ۋە كىشىلىك ھوقۇق خەلقئارا قانۇن بىلەن شۇغۇللىنىدىغان ئادەم. Bu mutaxassis 2019 yılı 24 sentabr Birleşken Devletler Teşkilatı'da içilgan 40 növbetlik kişilik hukuk kengişide içilgan China Tribunal, yani Xitay sotununki konsullarının biri, yani məsləhətçisinin biri, müşavirlarının biri. Bu yerdə bu adam Xitayninki organ yığılış qılmışığı qarşı şunun üstüdün içilgan sotqa yetakçilik qilgan bir rahbarlarning birisi. Mushu mutaxassis xodim, ya'ni Sabi efendi Aytvaji xonimdan xali kuchli savollarni so'rab o'tdi. Demak, bu sotdagi qatnashayotgan sotchi va mutaxassislarningki yanlam xalqaro o'rni va nopozi va natija qozongan qonunchilar, qanunshunoslar va advokatlar ekanligini ko'rsatdi. Xitoy hukumati deganda o'z oldiga o'tib adam bir kelib echayotgan chaqchaq sot emasligini ko'rib turibdi deb, ko'rinib turibdi deb his qildim men. Endi siz bu yerda yana bayamda siz deb o'tdingiz. Darim Baylar efendim Uyg'ur tadqiqotchisi bizning vatanimizga chiqib borgan. Vaqtimiz qisqan. Siz Darim Baylarninki efendimninki so'zlagan so'zlardagi muhim nuqtalarni bir anglashtirimiz bilan bir o'rtoqlashib o'tgan bo'lsangiz.
Bo'ldi. Buni deyishdan burun Gulbahor Aytvajining bir narsa muhim deb ko'rdim. Bu xonimni hamda o'zining burunqi qaramaydi ishlagan idorasiga xodimlar telefon qilib, sen pensiyaga chiqdan qaytib kelib, ba'zi hujjatlarga qo'l qo'ysanglar bo'ladi, xotirjam pensiya pulingni olsa degan bir xil aldamchilik bilan bu xonimni aldab akilib, andan keyin u yerda lager solab, sening qizing u yerda Fransiyada namoyish qatnashdi, sizlar dunyo Uyg'ur qultining qo'llab sizlar eringiz shu dunyo Uyg'ur qultining bir a'zosi degan bani bilan bu xonimni mana bir qancha yil lager solab, eng oxiri Fransiyaning yordami bilan chiqqan bo'ldi. Buningdan sirt men shaxsan bilmanki, bir qancha yillarga ama shunda Xitoyning odamlari telefon qilib, qaytib kelib pensiya puliga maosh qo'ysanglar xotirjam chet elda yashaysa deganlar bo'lgan. Şu albatta bu Gulbahor Aytvaji xonim tunjisi emas, balkim qolganlar bo'lishi mumkin. Endi Darim Baylar efendiga kelsak, Darim Baylar efendi o'zi nayiti bir o'zimi yosh mana bir tadqiqotchi, bir doktor bo'lish sifati bilan Uyg'urlar to'g'risida ko'p tadqiqot qilib bo'lgan, ko'p maqolalarni yozgan, ham kitob yozgan bir akademik. Amerikada bo'lgan sir to'nilayotgan. Bu Darim Baylar efendi bugungi bergan isbotida asosan o'sha birinchisi Xitoy hukumatining Uyg'ur xonimlarni bo'libmi egri oyoq yeyishdagi Uyg'ur xonimlarga bo'lgan nazoratni, ya'ni oilalariga berib yo majburiy doktorxonaga olib borib ularni tekshirib qachon tug'di, qachon bo'ldi, egri oyoq bo'ldim degan. Undan keyin egri oyoq bo'lganlarni masalan o'xshash bo'lgan bani bilan ikkinchi balani olib bo'lgandan keyin bo'libmi ularniki majburiy hukumatning besimi bilan balalarni tushirishni zo'rlash yoki ularga ilgari masalan malagerdan burun ba'zi bir pullar bilan yamanda qilsanglar, unda qilsanglar deb. Andan keyin u balalarni tushirish, bala tug'mas operatsiyalarni ilib berish, hatto tug'ilgan 3-chi balasi bo'lsa, boshqa bir tuqqanlarga ularningki olib ketishga ruxsat qilmaganligi to'g'risida yaxshi isbotlarni o'tirib qo'ygan bo'ldi. Undan keyin bu lager masalasi kelgan chaqda o'sha Uyg'ur erlarning, Uyg'ur ham qozoq erlarining bo'lib 18 yoshdan 55 yoshgacha Uyg'ur erlarni bular bir tahdid yeyishdiki bir erlar deb bularni hammasini lagerlarga yig'ib Hamda shu lagerlardagi 3dan 2 qism yoki 4dan 3 qism odamlarning yeyishining, erlarning, ya'ni 18dan 55 gacha ekanligini. Buning natijasida Uyg'ur oilalarida asosan erlarning qolmaganligi, ayollar yo qizlarlar qolganligi. Undan keyin Xitoy hukumatining, ya'ni tuqqan bo'lish siyosati degan yurgizish orqali 1 million o'zining xabarlari deyishicha 1 milyon Xitay erlerini, asasen erlerini Uygurlarning aileleriga əvətiş arqılıq birisi Uyghur ayal hem qızlarga besim işletiş, qızlarga asasen Xitay erleriga toy qilish besimini işletse, yani birisi ularning ailesi kirib, ular ailesi bu dini aile mi, bu uyda Qur'on barmı, Jain namaz barmı, aniki bularning uy tutish ahvoli qandaq, milliy xarakteriga qanchalik, aniki bular namoz o'qamdi, hatto bularga o'rgatgan gap sizlar kirib qandaq bularni so'roq tortish emas, so'roq tortish başda gap boshlab, quloq qo'shaqdan, aniki asta-asta so'roq tortishni boshlasanglar bo'ldi. Agar ota-onasi rastga haqqimda deb gumonlansanglar, baldırga hatta pechinin pranik kemptlarni bersanglar, baldırı ota-onasining nima qilyaptini sizlarga deb birdi degan moshina aytı yaxshi sharhlab o'tib ketdi. Ananikin shu Uyg'ur qizlarining majburiy Xitoy aylariga tegish masalasini hamda buni tushundiganda dediki, Uyg'urlarning ilgari mana yana bu lager boshlanishdan burun Uyg'urlarning bo'libmi Xitoy bilan bo'libmi qizlarning Xitoy aylari bilan to'y qilishi bir-birsiga yetmaydi. Ammo lager boshlangandan keyin masalan bu aytı ko'p soni ko'paydi. Nurg'un vaqtida balkim ba'zi Uyg'ur qizlar xalab tekkan taqdirda mutlaq ko'p qism 98%gacha ular besim ostida ya oilasini qutqizish uchun ya o'zlari lager kirkitimiz deb shuni andish qilib tekkan bo'lishi mumkinchiligini aytdi yo'qri. Chunki Xitoy hukumatining bularga bo'lgan besimini aytib kuchlik, ya'ni bir shu yerdagi shu siyosiy muhit shuni zo'rlaydi. Chunki ayollar ya dadlari bo'lmagandan keyin ya akalar degandek. Buni aytdi obdan tushuntirib o'tib ketdi. Eng yana bir muhimi bu endi degan so'zda, boshlanish so'zda, endi bu hozirgi Xinjiang degan bu ya dunyo bo'yicha eng yuqori texnikada, eng keng ko'lamda nazorat ostidagi bir ya bunda qolgan bir ya yo'q. Yüzün tonish kameralar hamma yerda masalan buning soni. Anenkin Uyg'urlarni tekshiradigan, uningdan sirt telefonlarni tekshiradigan, to'qmishda masalan saqchi punktlar bor bu Uyg'urlarni nazorat qilgan, tekshiradigan. Uningdan sirt yana bular lagerni boshlanishdan keyin ham yana bir 100 mingdan ortiq yordamchi saqchilarni olganligi. U yordamchi saqchilarning ilishtigan sabablari ba'zilari Uyg'ur bo'lsa-mu, shu mayli shu kanat, shu nahiyada nazorat qilib, o'zlarining ko'zlariga atalmış gumonliq bo'lgan insonlarni hukumatga ma'lum qilish, shu orqali ularning lager kirishiga sababchi bo'lishdi. Lekin ba'zi bu yordamchi saqchilar bir xizmat ko'rsatdik degan bani bilan balkim nurg'un begunoh odamlarni gumonliq deb bularga ma'lum qilgan bo'lishi mumkin. Shuninga nurg'un shu demak Uyg'urlar shu lagerga shu sababdan kirgan.
Demak bu Darim Baylar efendim hem de özü bir mütəxəssis, doktor, hem antropologiya noktasından köz ilip barıdığan bir tədqiqatçı. Demek bu adamın ki bu guvalık adımı, mesela ailelerinin veren boluşu, erlerinin qamaslığı, toy, demekmiş antropologiya, cemiyet şunaslık münasibetlik bazı bir noktalar durup özünün küzetkenlerini bilgen oturup koydu. Desek doğru oldu ekan da.
Shundaq. Bu adamning degan so'zi albatta, masalan, bu adamning degan so'zlari paketga asosan, o'zining tadqiqotiga asosan, o'zining Uyg'ur ham qozoqlar bilan bo'lgan suhbatlarga asosan bo'lganligi uchun bu sotning boshlig'i Sir Jeffrey Nice apandi seni biz yana qayta taklif qilsak bo'lamdi deb qayta so'radi. Bu Darim Baylar apandi albatta bo'ladi, men xo'shallik bilan yana sözleşik tayyor dedi.
Oldu. Bek bir yaxşı bilgen demekçi, kanalımızın bilgen ki bu ikinci nöbetlik, yani üçüncü bu Uyghur Sot Kollegiyesi'nin 3. günlük, ikinci baskışlık guvalık bir iş yığınıma ait utuğluk, neticelik elip verildi edip qarsak boldu.
Elbette, onda olsa ben yani üç guvacının ismini bir görürmenlerim lazım bir tanıştıray vakit sebebiden. Bunda olsa yana tushdan keyin guvoh bergan 3 shahid bor. Birincisi abay tushuntirib o'tib ketgandek Amerikadagi Uyg'ur hareket tashkilotining qurg'uvchisi Ro'shan Abbas xonim. Ikkinchisi hozir Amerikada yashaydigan Uyg'ur guvohchi Mehrgul Tursun xonim. Yana birisi ism sharifisi noma'lum bo'lgan bir xodim isbot bermoqchi.
Bundaq hörmətli radio anlıqçılar, hörmətli görürmənlər, diqqətinizlər yanılan bizningki Erkin Asiya radiosunun naq meydan anıltışıda olub atıdı. Bizning anıltışımız yana bir neçə minutdan keyin yana o'z o'rinlarda bo'ladi. Anıltışımız radiomuzning Facebook, Twitter va YouTube kanallarida naq meydandan anıltılgandan başqa radiomuzning tor betida naq meydandan anıltıldı. ekranımızga dikkat berishni unutmaysizlar. Sal turib ko'rishgaymiz. Xeyr xo'sh.
Xeyr xo'sh.
Thank you, sir.
Next witness.
Our next witness is Ms. Roshan Abbas.
Sorry. Get more later. But we doesn't matter.
The witness left China in 1989, fearing repercussions from the Chinese Communist Party for her involvement in student activism while studying at the Xinjiang University. Almost 30 years later, in 2018, after the witness spoke about the conditions of the camps in Xinjiang in a panel discussion in Washington, D.C., the witness's sister, a retired medical doctor, and her aunt, who lived in Xinjiang, disappeared. Several months later, her aunt was released, but there was still no information on her sister's whereabouts. Initially, a report in Global Times accused the witness of making her sister up. However, subsequently, the Chinese Foreign Ministry held a press conference where they confirmed that her sister had been sentenced for involvement in terrorist activities. In her statement, the witness also states that many members of her husband's family were arrested for what Chinese authorities designated as excessive religious activities, amongst others. Mrs. Abbas, I have a few questions for you. Firstly, relating to your sister. You state that the Chinese authorities confirmed that your sister, a retired medical doctor, was sentenced for involvement in terrorist activities. Could I ask you, firstly, and if possible, how old your sister was, more or less, when she was arrested for terrorist activities?
Thank you so much. I'm here to speak on behalf of my family, my nieces, and the thousands of more who couldn't be here to speak out. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. My sister, when she was abducted on the middle of September 2018, she was 56 years old, and 6 days from today, she will turn 59.
Thank you for that. And would you know what kinds of activities your sister could have been involved in?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So the reason for her arrest was terrorist activities, and what kind of activities do you think she might have been involved in?
There is no any kind of evidence or trial. Nothing was given to the family members or other than that, just the Chinese Foreign Ministry claiming on the false accusations. We have no idea. She's a retired medical doctor. She's quiet, non-political, not very active on anything because of health reasons. She's just a very law-binding, quiet person that she was just living very simplistic, normal, ordinary life. So it's all just the accusation against her and against her family if they are accusing her for anything about terrorism-related charges.
And just to clarify and confirm, she was arrested soon after you appeared on a panel discussion speaking about the conditions in the camps.
Yes, on the September 5th, there was a panel on what's happening to Uyghur people today at the Hudson Institute, one of the think tanks in Washington, D.C. And I was on the panel together with Dr. Sean Roberts, actually, and a few other experts. I talked about the conditions of the camps and the genocidal policies that Uyghurs were currently facing since Xinjiang arrived in August 2016 to our homeland, outlining the fate of my in-laws, which my husband's entire family was missing since April 2017 from Hotan. 6 days after I gave that speech, my sister and my aunt both got abducted on exactly same day. My sister lived in Urumqi, my aunt in Artush, which is a town near Kashgar, 1,400 kilometers, 900 miles away from each other. But those two women picked up exact the same day, 6 days after my speech.
Thank you for that. And my final question, in fact, relates to your in-laws. Now, as you mentioned, many, you said the entire relatives of your husband have been somehow detained or arrested. I'll focus around your younger sister-in-laws who were accused of excessive religious activities and were sent to the camps. And my question to you is, what, in your opinion, does excessive religious activities mean?
The Chinese regime outlawed all simple religious activities like praying, going to mosque, or even practicing like fasting during Ramadan, or for people in Hotan and the Kashgar and the other parts, wearing headscarves, covering their heads. So if there's anything that my sister-in-law is engaged, I'm sure she was probably just covering her hair, because most people in Hotan, Kashgar, they do that. Even as simple as saying Salam Alaikum is being outlawed. So the Chinese regime is claiming the last 4 or 5 years all kind of normal, simple, regular religious activities as illegal Islamic activities, and based on that pretext, they are arresting and taking people to concentration camps and also harshly sentencing them to prison terms.
Thank you for your concise, clear answers. I have no more questions, but the panel may have questions for you, Mr. Post. Thank you.
Professor Kaur, please.
Thank you. Just to carry on with the theme of religious activities, is it clear to people in the region what they can do and what they can't do regarding religious activities?
No, I don't believe that they do, because before Chen Quanguo, or before 2014, or before Xi Jinping, there were a little bit of time that people able to practice normal religious practices. With the requirement of the Chinese regime, Muhammad Salih Hajim, a religious scholar, translated Quran per Beijing's request, translated the Quran from Arabic to Uyghur language. And even his work that he has done per the government's request was a crime. He was sentenced to the camp and he died in the camp when he was 80-some years old. All the religious activities before it was allowed by the government, like some people were sent to Mecca for Hajj, and some of them traveled to Turkey or Abu Dhabi, Dubai, UAE, or any kind of like vacation trips with the legal entities like travel agencies that are organized by the government before 2016, they all became their crimes. Any Uyghurs who traveled to Muslim majority countries, they were sentenced harshly for their crimes. I have been traveling around from Japan to Australia and from Canada to Turkey and Europe since my sister's abduction, trying to do raising awareness, met thousands of Uyghurs, mothers, children, students, brothers, sisters looking for their relatives. And their family members are missing because some student in Turkey, his mother came to Istanbul to visit him, and that was her crime, the sentencing harshly. Or if someone was meeting his family in Dubai, vacationing for a week. So anything that before it was normal became the Uyghur people's crimes with Xi Jinping's genocidal policy. So nobody knows what's right and what's wrong anymore.
So at the national level, legally, certain aspects of religion are permitted. Is that correct?
I'm sorry?
At the national level, legally, certain elements of religion are permitted. It's only in this region, and it only pertains to Uyghur and certain other Turkic Muslims. Is that correct?
Yes, in a large extent, which is true. It started with our homeland, and there are people, some activists from New York or some other parts of the world, they always try to excuse the Chinese government's genocidal policies by trying to tell us, oh, we have seen mosques in Xi'an or Beijing or somewhere else that people are still praying. But in our homeland, if anybody who go to a mosque to pray, and that's their crimes. So I would agree with you.
So these people who are told that they're criminal would be described as extremists, is that correct? So this is one of the three evils.
Yes.
And when did this begin to happen?
It started when Chen Quanguo arrived in August in 2016, although it goes back to 2014 actually, when they first built. The first concentration camp was built in Lopnur in 2014. And around that time, they started to exercise shoot at the spot policy. So anyone any kind of law enforcement, for example, a traffic police believes that somebody is running the red light, he or she can shoot that person to kill and no question to be asked. Radio Free Asia did excellent reporting on that, and a few people getting shot and killed, like teenager running the red light with his bicycle or motorcycle, he was killed. And after that, basically, when you look at some of the documents from 2016, Party Secretary Qin Chuan-kuo, when he delivered China's central government's order of systematic ethnic cleansing, the beginning of this genocide, there is a official Chinese government's documents. It says, quote, must first break their lineage, break their roots, break their connections, and break their origins, basically referring to Uyghur people. So when you look at that, what is that, Those chilling words stated in an internal document reported to the media, from the media to the public. So that explains the intent of eradicating and exterminating the Uyghurs as a genocide that's happening now.
Thank you. Could I talk about your high school classmate's brother, Kaiser Kayum, is that correct?
Yes.
He was the editor-in-chief of a literary magazine, and what happened to him?
I read on the Radio Free Asia article that my friend Qadirdan's brother, Qadirdan Qiyum is my high school classmate and a friend. His brother Kaiser Qiyum, he was the editor-in-chief in a literature magazine in Urumqi. When, starting from April 2017, when many people were taken to the concentration camps, the conditions of the camps are so bad, he did not want to be taken to the concentration camp. So when the police officers came to get him from his workplace, like before he was being arrested, he was so fearful for that, he jumped out of the 8th floor window, well, the building, and he killed himself in August 2017.
Why did he think he was going to get arrested or detained?
Well, the reason for that is most of the intellectuals, the thought leaders, and the people who are working on the publishing houses, like editors, they were being targeted. Several years ago, I don't remember exactly when, per the education department's request, Uyghur intellectuals like Yalqun Rozi and Wahidjan Osman and the other several prominent Uyghur intellectuals and scholars worked on the Uyghur textbook, the book that they used for the middle school and high school students. That work was done per the request of the government, and that's being reviewed and checked like every so often, and everything was fine until Qin Chuan-kuo came over and they changed the rules and the policies. All these intellectuals were sent to prison camps right now. All the people that I mentioned and several more are sentenced harshly. And also prominent scholars like Dr. Raila Dawood and Abdulqadir Jalaluddin, Akhtam Ömer, Tashpolat Tif, Halmurat Ghopor, and my own professor from the university, Sultan Malim, they all are being targeted because they are the Uyghur intellectuals. I think that's why Kaiser Qiyum was being targeted.
Is there anything that they've said or published that could be described as separatist or even terrorist?
No. Actually, there has been a lot of writings on the media about this. It has nothing to do with separatism. It's just the Uyghur literature, with the Uyghur history, with the Uyghur ethnic identities, promoting those. Are those a separatism, when somebody talks about their own culture or their ethnicity or religion? So it's just a way of using the Uyghur ethnicity and the religion to eradicate Uyghur people. And that tells you the ultra-nationalism and the racism from the Chinese Communist Party is using everything against the Uyghur people, dehumanizing them.
And so this order would have come from Party Secretary Chen, or would it have come from the Department of Education in Beijing?
I'm sure that came from Beijing, and Qin Chuan-kuo is the person who's delivering in our homeland in East Turkestan.
Okay, thank you. Regarding, there are certain reports in the Global Times that I know you might have a stance there, but I'd just like to air them so as I can hear what you have to say. I've come across some reports saying that you work for US intelligence agencies. Why would they say that?
You know where that's coming from? Actually, I thought this might come up as a question, so I printed Zhao Lijuan, who is the Deputy Director of the Chinese Ministry of Foreign Affairs. This is his official Twitter account. He tweeted with my picture, calling me CIA asset or Guantanamo torturer or worked for Homeland Security. So this is the narrative of the Chinese communist regime to dehumanize me, discredit me for my work. Those are all the Chinese propaganda, calling anyone who opposes the Chinese state propaganda lines with the CIA is a very common tactic. Actually, I believe that recently Sir Jeffrey Nice was also accused by the Chinese state of being UK intelligence asset. So it's just similar targets. And also I'm going to show you another document here. This is, I don't know if you can see, I don't know which camera is focusing on this one. This, the document, this is from the Global Times Network on December 23, 2019. A year before the Chinese regime announced that my sister is so-called terrorist, they printed this media and said, for example, Rushan Abbas, leader of so-called Campaign for Uyghurs, etc., some other things, said from the East Turkestan separatist groups, they first stole some Uyghurs' photos and their information, claimed these people to be missing relatives in Xinjiang, spread rumors in overseas. Well, ever since my sister's abduction, I have been carrying my sister's picture. This is my sister. I am not stealing anybody's photo. I am not taking any other people's information and claiming my missing relatives. This is the picture that I have been carrying when I go to protests, when I go to meetings, and my Twitter handle, everything is my sister's picture. Then, a year later, they came back and they said, my sister, who was abducted since September 2018, that she was sentenced. Wang Wenbin from the Chinese Foreign Ministry named her name, said Gulishan Abbas is being charged for such and such.
Okay, can we talk about your other relatives, particularly your husband's 14 nieces and nephews? They're aged between 5 and 22, presumably older now, or is that their age now?
I would say this is their age now, because when I testified back in 2018, when I spoke at the Hudson, they were 2 to 19 years old, so just I added 3 years. So I hope they're alive, and I hope my in-laws are alive, but we don't know. We have no idea who's surviving, who's living, and who's sent to where, who's becoming the victims of the organ harvesting, and which kids sent to which orphanages, or which Chinese family adopted which nephews of us. We have no idea.
So, but their parents are in detention or prison. How do you know that?
My husband last spoke to his mother in April 25th, 2017. And that day, his mother told him not to call her anymore. He didn't call for a couple of weeks, but then he tried to contact them anyway, just to see how they are doing. None of the phones worked. None of the home phones or cell phones, nothing worked. And then he was trying to find out from some distant relatives who are in China proper, in the other parts of China, not in East Turkestan. And everybody said, no one is there anymore. And then later in the summer, my husband found out that from one of the relatives in China proper, in inner China, that my in-laws, my parents-in-laws, and my 3 of my sister-in-laws, their husbands, they all were taken away. And nobody knows where the kids are. And the big family that they all lived together in Laskoi, a neighborhood in Hotan, the door was locked, so basically sealed. And that's it. My husband is here with me right now, and I am witnessing him, unable to sleep, unable to find out anything. And when there is a foreclosure, you know, like some sort of end to it, you can at least say, pray for their being in heaven. But what can you say for something like this? Such an inhumane tragedy that the entire Uyghur people are facing in diaspora. Every person you talk to, everybody say, they count the years, they count the months, this many months, this many years that I have not spoken to my family. I have no idea where they are.
Why would they have been detained? Is this purely due to association with you or association with your husband?
I don't think so. My sister's case, yes, they tried to silence me. They tried to send me a clear message by taking my sister and my aunt 6 days after I spoke. So that started as retaliation. But at the end of it, when you look at it, every single Uyghur is being targeted. The Uyghur intellectuals are being targeted as the thought leaders or anybody who can lead or produce the culture. Or, and my sister being an intellectual, you know, she was a trained medical doctor. If it wasn't for me, I'm sure as an Uyghur, as all the Uyghurs are being targeted, you know, I don't know. I have seen the clear messaging from the Chinese government as a hostage-taking of my husband's family and my sister. But at the same time, all these other people's families are also disappearing that when they are not engaged with any kind of human rights activities. And they are unable to come out and speak. They are unable to give testimony like ourselves because they fear, because they worry for their other relatives. If the mother and the father disappear, they have siblings. If the siblings disappear, they have aged mother and the fathers. They look at me as an example, and the amount of the work that I have done on social media, the amount of vocality that I was doing to bring up my sister's case. Now my niece joined me, my sister's daughter, and there is no information on my sister's whereabouts. Many people are afraid of coming out and speaking and testifying.
So there is guilt by association, and part of that is to do with the fact that you're abroad. Can I just clarify with you, Uyghur people who go abroad are a threat, whereas Han people who go abroad are not a threat. Is that correct?
Well, I cannot speak for the Han people, but for the Uyghurs, yes. They feel that when the Uyghurs go abroad and educated, especially in the West, you know, we learn the Western democracy and we start to see the oppression and all the genocidal policies the Chinese regime is conducting against our people. So we demand to be respected. We demand the dignity of the humans, and we demand people to pay attention to China's crimes against humanity. So maybe that's why.
My final question is about your health. You write about it in your report. Could you elaborate on your mental and physical health?
My sister's, you mean?
Your health. You talk about your husband and your health.
thank God, we are healthy. We are able to travel and raise awareness. But emotionally, how can you be when your people facing genocide with the intent of completely exterminating your people? I am the youngest in my family, and my dad basically raised me during the Great Cultural Revolution when he was targeted as a Uyghur intellectual, and he didn't have a job after he was taken to re-education centers. So I love my father, but my father passed away 11 years ago, and I miss him so much. But can you imagine? I am so grateful that my father is no longer with us. He's not living in this world. I am so happy that he passed away. Imagine, is that a normal feeling? Because if he was, then he would have faced the same thing those millions of Uyghurs are facing in the dark dungeons of those concentration camps and being enslaved in the factories and the tormenting in somewhere, or if he was aged and if he was home, then he would have worried for his daughter, which is my sister, Dr. Gulshan Abbas. So my husband too. He wakes up in the middle of the nights and I see him either crying or sitting and writing. I try to get it out of his chest. And we are not just an isolated family. We are just one example of all the Uyghurs in diaspora, almost all of them, even so-called the model citizens, or never ever get involved with any kind of political situation, or just happy with the system the Chinese government was offering to Uyghur people. Even their relatives are targeted only because they are Uyghurs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I ask you just two questions? One, actually going back to 1989 and the time that you left the country. Was that I don't mean emotionally, because clearly there were family ties and everything, but was it difficult to leave the country at that stage? Were there obstacles in your way?
It was mixed feelings. As I said, I'm the youngest family, and I stayed in my family. Even I went to university by living in the house with my parents, not going to the university dormitory. But after graduating the university with the second highest score in the entire department, in the biology department, only because of my involvement for advocating for human rights, just asking for basic living rights for the Uyghur people, with Mr. Dolkun Isa and my friend who died just shortly after being released from the camps, Waris Abu Bakr. I was thrown to the street with no job. Also, I was sent from the university to work, the educational ministry to work at the agricultural university, but later, because of my involvement in the political activities, I didn't have a job in Urumqi. So, and my father was feared for my safety, and I left. 3 weeks after I arrived in the United States, I witnessed, in June 4th, Tiananmen Square massacre. I watched this barbaric regime killing their own children, Han Chinese students, killing them at the Tiananmen Square. And how do you feel as someone whose homeland is being occupied, and ever since 1949, the Chinese regime is relentlessly using every opportunity, labeling Uyghurs in every names out there, like nationalists, counter-revolutionaries, and the separatists, and after 9/11 tragedy in the United States, terrorists. How do you feel about a government like that? Now they are basically hostage taking my family members.
But your political activism, which one might have thought would have been a barrier to leaving, of being permitted to leave, that wasn't obviously a barrier. They still permitted you to leave, notwithstanding your activism at university.
Actually, right at that time, you know, like right after the Afghan war in the late 70s, until the Tiananmen Square protest, students' protest 1989, which I left 3 weeks before that. I came to the United States in May 1989. There was a period that many people say the golden times, like things are opened up. That's when I went to high school and university. We were able to have some books published, and the mosques were being built, and the Uyghur students were sent to abroad for studies and all that. So that was the period, I guess.
My second question goes back to the point that was discussed earlier about the detention of your sister and your aunt. And just to understand the sequencing of it, you'd been in the US for almost 30 years at that stage, and your sister and your aunt had not been the subject of any detention or police activities in that time. What was it about the Hudson Institute panel session that then, after 30 years of you being away and being an active political activist all this time, caused them then to detain your sister and aunt?
There's a few parts to that. One is 2008 Beijing Olympics. 2008 Beijing Olympics in Beijing, that was the confirmation from the West that the Chinese government can get away with anything, because they were persecuting the Uyghurs, persecuting the Tibetans, and the very oppressive policies for anybody who don't just worship the Communist Party, underground Christians and underground Catholics, or you know, Chinese Democrats, or Southern Mongolians, and all that. So after 2008, the Chinese regime started to get more aggressive. So my last visit to my homeland was 2005. So I never went back after that. Then Xi Jinping came to the power, and after the Beijing Olympics, the Chinese regime human rights basically took sharp U-turn and went back to you know, the authoritarian policies, and also the Uyghurs started to face more and more about, you know, the forced sterilizations and the forced abortions, and the even only for the Uyghur people, not for the Han Chinese or anybody else. They had the policies that when you have your first baby, you cannot get pregnant until 3 years. You have to wait for 3 years in between. And that is also a way of affecting the Uyghur population, and the massive settlement of the Han Chinese people to the area. Especially after Xi Jinping's announcement of the Belt and Road Initiative in 2013, which is one of the main reasons why the Uyghurs are facing genocide today. So that's why in 2014, they started to build the concentration camps and pick up the Uyghur people and send there. And that's, I hope I answered your question. In 2018, my sister's abduction comes after all these, you know, like Chen Chuanguo coming in August 2016, and then sweep off of Uyghur intellectuals and more than 1 million Uyghurs in April 2017.
When did you first find out then that your sister and aunt had been detained?
Last time I talked to my sister was summer of 2017. I stopped talking to her. As much as I love her, she's my only sister, especially after my mother passed away. She was like a mother figure to me. She's 5 years older than me. So I used to talk to her quite often. But after seeing what's happening in April 2017, I stopped communicating with her. But she has two daughters. As I said, I have two nieces in America, and they communicate with my sister all the time. And one of my niece, my daughter's youngest daughter, was pregnant. At that time, not even 8 months pregnant, but it's sort of like third trimester, so she was talking to her mom all the time. And my other niece, Ziba, now she's also asking her mother's whereabouts. So Ziba just had a baby, actually. She had a baby in late May, so she had like a 3-month-old baby. So they were communicating with their mom on a daily basis. And last I heard from them was they panicked on September 12, and said they cannot get hold of their mother. The last communication was the evening of the September 10, 2018. And first they thought maybe her phone was broken, or maybe she went someplace, didn't take her phone. So we waited for 5 weeks, but after 5 weeks, we did not hear anything, and then I started to become vocal about it. And then only later, actually, we find out that from our distant relatives from other countries, that my aunt was also seen on the September 10th as the last time the being connected with anybody, contacted with anybody.
And one last point. If at least part of the rationale for them arresting your sister and aunt...
I'm sorry, what is it?
If at least part of the rationale on the part of the PRC government in arresting your aunt and sister was to get at you, do they just assume that you will find out eventually and not make sure that you're aware that this has happened?
I really cannot tell what rationale they had in their mind, but the only thing I can think of is trying to silence me. And also, they try to show to the other people, if anybody dared to speak out about your missing relatives or anything, watch Rushan, see what we did to her sister. So I think that's the purpose, I would say.
Thank you very much indeed, and thank you for your testimony. We're running a bit short of time, so I'll give my quick questions. I assume you've got a USA passport?
Yes, since 1995, I am a US citizen.
Apart from them obviously realizing what you're doing from social media, do you feel you're being harassed in other ways? Are people following you?
Well, I think, even I'm an American citizen, and I exercise my right as an American citizen under my constitutional right to exercise my freedom of speech and freedom of expression. I already paid the highest price that I could. Me speaking out, raising awareness, cost the freedom of my sister. So I don't feel fair about anything else anymore, because we have to keep doing what we are doing. So I hope that I am safe, because I am in the Western world.
Do you think they'd ever allow you in? And if they did, would they put you away?
Can you repeat that question?
Yes, sorry. If you applied for a visa to get into China, would they allow you in? And if they did, would you be fearful that you would be put into prison?
I never thought of going there. And I have been on the blacklist for a long time now. And so I don't think it's really wise for me to fly back to China.
I'm sure it isn't. I thought I'd ask. Another question. You've been quite involved with the associations. Do you know how many Uyghurs you've got in America?
You mean population of the Uyghurs in the United States?
Yeah.
I would say more than 10,000.
10,000.
Mm-hmm.
And would that be an underestimate because people would be frightened to join?
Yes, a lot of people are frightened to speak out, join our advocacy work.
And has your society, your group, met with or joined up with others around the world? So in other words, you've got a big number of people around the world. Have you sort of joining up?
You mean the Uyghur people around the world?
Yes, all the societies.
Yes, we have our the umbrella organization, World Uyghur Congress, and led by our leader, Mr. Dolkan Isa. And we have a campaign for Uyghurs, which is the organization that I found and I'm the executive director of. But we all work together. We coordinate and collaborate together to raise awareness, to tell the world about this genocide.
How many do you think there are around the world?
The organizations or people?
People.
The Uyghurs in diaspora. That is a very good question because it's difficult to estimate. I would say if you look at the Uyghurs who left East Turkestan after the lockdown of the, like a great cultural revolution, after the establishing the diplomatic relationship with the West, is about over 100 million easily. But if you look at the Uyghurs who left after the occupation of Chinese Communist regime in 1949, people who left to other countries, Pakistan, Saudi Arabia, or later, before the Great Cultural Revolution, people left to Central Asia. So altogether, probably more than 500,000, I would say.
So I appreciate you've been raising the awareness to people about your situation. Have you approached the government and asked whether there are any other ways that they could help you?
Yes, we have been approaching people, grassroots organizations, students, and also international entities, and also the politicians and the governments around the world.
And do they allow charities in, such as, say, Red Cross or any other charities that work for people outside? Would they be allowed into China?
I'm sure they are allowed to go to China, but I don't know how effective they will be because of the information blockade and the orchestrated tours, because the Chinese government will never give free access without restrictions. Anybody who wants to go, they will set up places and they just take them to the setup, tour, even for those they call, so-called vocational training centers, which is the concentration camps.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Dolkanisa has testified that he was issued with, or Interpol was issued with a red notice, and indeed he has suffered interference at UN functions and so on in his advocacy. You've traveled extensively, you've advocated extensively. Have you had similar interference?
No, I have not.
Thank you.
You've been activist one way or another. Sorry, did somebody else want? No, you've been activist for a lot. Oh.
Could you tell me when you first said that what was happening was genocide? When you first publicly said that?
I wrote an op-ed on May 2019, and on my op-ed I wrote it was a genocide, but it was published as, I'm fighting slow motion of genocide. I have been saying that it is genocide since the summer of 2019, and I think in my first public speech and some of the interviews in Prague in early June, and there's in the Czech language, there's a article that I was calling all the countries who are signing up for supporting Belt and Road Initiative is complicit with China's genocide. So I would say that's the time.
Being an activist or even working on Radio Free Asia may have exposed your relations to some risk. Did you discuss or agree with them at all the risks that they might be exposed to?
You mean the Radio Free Asia?
No, your relations back in China. Did you discuss with them the fact that being an activist in the way you were might have exposed them to risk? No?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not quite understanding the question.
My mistake,
sorry.
no doubt. You've been an activist and a very vocal activist. Did you discuss the risk to your relations by reason of your activism?
With my family?
Yeah.
No, never, ever. You know, I am not. I know the situation. I lived there. I understand how all the Uyghur families, the phones, and any kind of communication is.
That's fine. We've got lots of evidence of this.
Okay.
The other thing is, you've told us about various things concerning your 24 relations, houses, and so on. When you couldn't contact them yourself, you presumably went through other people and telephone calls, and maybe other people spoke to other people. If we think of those as layers of hearsay, secondary degree evidence, how many layers of hearsay would we be going through? Did you just ring one person and she went round to look at the house? Or did you ring one person and that person spoke to another person? Give us an idea.
On my sister's case, you mean?
On all of them?
Not anybody.
Just generally. I want to have a picture of how you're able to give the accounts you have when it's what's called second-hand or hearsay evidence. But very briefly and just in summary.
Okay. No, actually, I am testifying for those, my friend and my colleagues, through the reports given by Radio Free Asia. And the Radio Free Asia Uyghur Services is doing amazing job. They get messages, tips from with like emails and text messages and the phone calls and the Facebook messengers, and then they Radio Free Asia Uyghur Service people, they follow up on the credible tips and the complete targeted verification calls, and they actually Radio Free Asia Uyghur Service confirmed my sister's detention in June 2019. They also confirmed Mr. Dolklan Isa's father's...
That's fine. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Any other questions? No? Thank you very much for coming and giving your evidence. You're now free to go.
Can I just take 2 minutes to say something in my last thoughts?
We're very pressed for time. Okay. Topic, subject matter, what is it? No, what is it, first of all, about?
Okay, I just want to say that what's happening to Uyghur people today is because of our ethnicity. And
yes, I think we're dealing with evidence. We've got plenty of that, and I'm afraid I'm going to ask you to finish your evidence now. Thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Sabi.
Thank you. Our next witness is Mehriko Tursan, but I also have an application. I have an application for a further witness to be recalled this afternoon.
Who's that?
Sayurgol Sotbey. It's my fault. We omitted to ask a question from her that is important to our hearing tomorrow. I have one question, and Dr. Zamit Porta has one question from Sayurgol. She's already in Sweden, but she has agreed to come here for 6:45. So, with your permission, we will be sitting a bit longer.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr.
Mehriko Tursan, budaqqı şahitlik berilgan kişi, onundan keyin mahkemenin ruxsati bilan 6:45 Sayragul Savat baynama 2 sualını so'rash uchun yana qayta mahkemeye taklif qildik.
Hoş geldiniz.
Hoş geldin.
Amanlarga yaxshimizlar. Men Mehrigul Tursun. Uyghur sot kollegiyasidan keyin menga bu fursatni berganga va Uyg'urlar uchun sotni ochganga ko'pdan-ko'p rahmat aytaman.
Hello everyone, I am Mehrigul Tursun. I am very thankful for establishing this tribunal to hear about the Uyghur people's current situation. Thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Mehrigul Tursun was born in 1989 in Xinjiang province. She went to the British University in Egypt in 2011 to study business administration in Arabic. She married with an Egyptian. In March 2015, she gave birth to 3 children, a healthy triplet. But because she needed help from parents, she was alone in Egypt. She decided to go back to Urumqi and seek help from her family. Upon arrival at the airport, the children were taken away from her and she was taken for questioning. She was questioned for a long time and kept in prison for 3 months. Then she was released because her children's health were in trouble. She saw her son being in an extensive care unit, and unfortunately, he passed away next day. She got the other 2 children and went back to the family, but her passport was taken and she could not travel back to Egypt. She stayed in East Turkestan until 2017. She was arrested again. Same questions. She was released again because she lost consciousness during the extensive interrogation. And again, she was arrested in November 2017. Eventually, she was released in April 2018 and managed to go back to Egypt and from there to the United States, where she lives. Ms. Tursun, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank
you for Mr. Hamid Sabi and all
Thank you, Mr. Sabit, and all who are participating to this tribunal. Thank you.
The tribunal has received your extensive report and have read it. So what I'm asking is just to highlight some of the important issues.
Şahitlik materialınızın tapşırıp aldıq bu sot məhkəməsi, həmini təfsili oxub çıxdıq, həmini bilimiz. Şunun içində oturuğa qoyulğan bəzi bir mühim məsələlərini bir yerdə qaytadan görüb çıxmaqçı, şunu qarab çıxmız.
Can you briefly mention about your first arrest upon arrival at Urumqi Airport in May 2015?
Siz 2015-ci 5-ci ayda vətənə qayıtqanda şu Urumqi aeroportunda tutulğanlığınız, onundan sizin solanğanlığınız haqqındakı şu əhvalını qısqaça sözləb ötəmsiz.
Oldu, mən 2015 şu 5-ci ayda ata-anam balalarımı beqib beriş üçün mən vətənə qayıtdım, yardım qilish üçün. Qayıtıb şu anadaki Urumqi aerodromuga bargan vaqtimda şu Urumqidagi saqchilar tarafidan 3 balam mendan ta'tilinib, men de aerodromdan so'roq qilingan holatda keyin shu birinchi qatimda shu Urumqidagi Xejasan turmaga solandim. Bu jarayonda
okay. On May 2015, I went back to my home country in order to get support to look after my children from my parents. At the Urumqi airport, I was questioned, I was separated from my children, and I was taken to the detention center at Xejasan in Urumqi first time.
Bu qetimda şu 2,5 aydan artıq vaqtda qiynaldım, uruldum, hem torturlar, başqa torturlar oldu. Şu jarayonda burnum izli ketdi. Hem bu jarayonda men ata-onamningki, 3 balamningki qanday ahvolligini hech qanday xabarsiz holatda 2,5 aydan ortiq holatda birinchi turmada yotdim. keyin 2
This interrogation, this detention lasted for more than 2.5 months. During that time, I did not know. I didn't have any information about my family, my parents, my children, and I have faced torture, interrogation, and my nose was flattened because of torture during this time.
Şunun bilan 2 aydan ortiq vaqt o'tgan bo'lgandan keyin bularga balalaring bak og'ir kasalga shu sababdan sizni vaqtli qo'yib berdik dedi. Ammo men qo'yib berganda blacklistning ichida bu mening telefon ishlatishim, chet elga chiqishim, ID'imni, China ID'imni ishlatishimning hammasi blacklist holatda bo'ldi. Ham shu vaqtdan boshlab 2 Chinese saqchi men bilan birga
After 2.5 months detention at number 1 prison in Urumqi, and I was released because of my children was very sick and they were not well. However, after I released, I was still under watch. I was restricted to use my telephone. I was restricted to travel overseas. I was restricted to use my ID cards properly. And also 2 policemen was always watching over me.
Şu günü turmadan çıkan günü olulalıq meni balla doktorxanasına apadı. Ürümçideki balla doktorxanasına apaganda bula 3 yıl balamni menden bir so'rab hech kimdan so'ramagan holatda bo'yindan operatsiya qilgan, naychi qilgan holatda ko'rdim. 2 balamni ko'rsatdi, bir balamni ko'rsatmadi, yana bir balamni atisi ko'rsatib, atisi to'nglatqidan ochiqqan muz badani bari ular dedi shu balang tunigun tugab ketdi. Davomlash yerda bayar bermaydi dedi, ammo balamning nima sababdan operatsiya qilganligini, nima sababdan o'lib ketganligini men eshitmasini demadi, chunki ular
Okay, sorry, on the day of release, they took me directly to the Urumqi Children's Hospital to show my children. They showed me 2 of my children. However, they didn't show me the other one, the 3rd one. And I have seen that they did operation on to all of my 3 children from their neck. And without my permission, they did operation. And also, I just have seen 2 children, but they told me that they're going to show my 3rd child next day. And the next day, they brought out my 3rd child from the freezer. I saw my 3rd child's frozen body, and they did not tell me what's the reason of him being dying and what's the reason of those operation has been done to my children.
Şunun bilan 3. balamning to'nilgan rasmini o'lgan badani berdi, undan keyin doktorxonadan chiqishni iltimos qildi. Men doktorxonadan shu balamni o'lgan badani balamni yana bir 2 balamni saqladi. Undan keyin ketdim. U vaqtda shu chet elga chiqqanlarning har qanday jinoyatchininki birinchi boshlanishi Xitoyda 2015 shu men birinchi boshlanishga tushib qolibdiman. Shu turmadan chiqqandan keyin bu turmaga kirib chiqqan odamlarninki cho'qim o'zining yurtiga qaytarib o'tish qoidasi bor ekan. Shu sababli men Urumchida turolmay ular meni qaytarib aketdi Shatchanga.
So from the hospital, this is the picture of my 3 children. I took my 3 children. 2 of them are alive. The one of them was frozen dead body of my 3rd child. And 2015 was the beginning of the arrest and the punishment of the people who traveled overseas. That was the beginning. So after I took my 3 children from the hospital, since I was released from the first detention, I was kind of blacklisted, and I wasn't allowed to stay in Urumqi continuously. I was supposed to be going back to my original place, which is I was taken back to my original home place, Cherchen County.
Thank you. Ms. Turson, you were left on your own until 2017 when you were arrested again in April 2017. Is that correct?
Ondan keyin sizni 2017-yilga qadar o'zingiz qo'yib etibdi, ammo qo'yib etgandan 2017-yili 4-oyda yana qaytadan sizni qo'lga olibdi, to'g'rimi?
And you were subjected to extensive interrogations.
Ondan keyin sizni ig'ir darajadagi savol-so'roqlar qilibdi, to'g'rimi? Ovozingiz, mehrgul ovozingiz yo'q.
To'g'ri. Shu qaytgandan keyin Ama ben qaytqa vaqtimdan başlap bizning uyda ikki Xitoy saqchisi bor. 24 soat meni kuzatgan holatda. Ular men bilan birga uyda. Men kuzatish holatda turyapman. 2017-yilda qayta bir vaqtda yana bugun sotxonga berib sening qo'l qo'ydigan ishing bor dedi. Yana uydan ikkinchi qatim bordim 2017-da. 2017-yilda 4-oyda ikkinchi qatim tutgan vaqtda ular shu 3 gündüz to'xtamay meni so'roq qildi. Shu so'roq jarayonida o'rindiqda o'ldirish, andan keyin dori yozib qiynash, urush orqali o'nqilg'imdan keyin hozir sezimi yo'q, hozir qadar quloqdan ozroq qon oqidi, hozir anglamayman.
Okay, to'xtab turing, mashina birday. Rahmat. Rahmat. Yes, that's correct. Yes, I was released in 2017. Although I was released, but two policemen, the Chinese policemen, were always with me. They stayed at my house with me together to monitor me all the time. I was simply on house arrest. However, on April 2017, they told me that I had to come to the police station to sign on a paper. With that reason, I went there and I got arrested again. And I was interrogated non-stop for 3 days. And I faced torture. I was sat on tiger chairs, and also they beat me severely. And I lost my right ear hearing because of the beating and the torture within that 3 days. And also, they also tortured me with kind of administering medicines as well.
And just for the information of the tribunal, Ms. Thorson, you were not involved in any political activities while you were in Egypt or participate in any anti-Chinese demonstration, did you?
Mushu mahkameninki uchuri uchun siz Misrda vaqtingizda Xitoyga qarshi bo'lgan har qanday bir siyosiy faoliyatlarga aralashmagan, shundaqmi?
Yo'q, men hech qanday siyosiy faoliyatga aralashib boqmaganman. Siyosatning nimaligini o'qimaydim, chunki men 12 yoshgacha Uyg'ur sinfida o'qigan, 12 yoshdan toki 20 yoshgacha shu Xitoyning o'lkasida Xitoy bolalar bilan Xitoy o'qitgan maktabda o'qigan.
No, I did not involved in any political activities at all, because I only stayed in my hometown and studied Uyghur up until 12 years old. From 12 years old all the way to 20 years old, I was in mainland China. In the Chinese school, I was studying with Chinese people. I got no idea about what's politics. I didn't know about politics at all.
As a result of extensive interrogation, you passed away. Sorry, you fainted on June 9th, 1917. Is that correct?
Shu 6 ayning 9-i 2017-yili shu vaqtdagi shu kuchlik qiynab savol-so'roq qilish jarayonida siz hushingizdan ketibsiz, o'zingizni yo'qotib qo'yibsiz. Shunday ahvol bo'ldimi?
Chunki 4-oydan tutib toki 6-oygacha bu 2 oy jarayonida biz turmada sirtqa chiqib boqmaymiz, ham yuyinmaymiz, ham 60 necha ayol bir 430 kvadratlik kichkina bir uyda hammamiz shu yerga tarat qilamiz, bir qachiq tarat qilamiz, ham to'yg'udek tomoq yo'q, to'yib uxlash yo'q. Uning ustiga kechada turmaning ichi bek aldirash nurg'un odamlar bor. Ham shu 3 oy jarayonida mening ko'z oldimda o'ldi deb qaror qilgan 9 ayolning o'lganini ko'rdim. Men shahid bo'ldim. Uning orqasidan nurg'un odamlarni achkitib, akirib qilgan keyin nimisa bo'ldi shu jarayonda men bek psixik jihatdan bek yo'qolib ketdim, ham salomatlikdan bek ketib qoldim.
Okay. Yes, that's happened. During the April to June, during these 2 months detention, interrogation, I have witnessed horrible things, and I have been through that kind of horrific torture. I was detained in a cell that about 400 square meter, and there were over 60 women, overcrowded condition. The toilet was inside, food was extremely bad. And also within that 2 months period of time, I have witnessed 9 women died in the camp. Because of all the torture and what I have witnessed within the cells, I was mentally dead already. And I was very sick because of the bad food and all the conditions.
Türmədəki mən bağam bir selnin içindəki işgal jarayonidagi ölən 9 adamga şahid boldim. Başqalar qanchalik buni uqmayman. Andan keyin o aralıqda hər həftədə bir qatam bizni sirqə açıb, soqchixonga apirib, shu qo'limizda ko'yza, beshimiz qarxalta holatda apirib, so'roq qildi. 2 kundek, 2 kecha kunduz to'xtamay so'roq qildi. So'roq jarayonida yana qaytlab so'raydi. Bu vaqtda meni mental jihatdan so'roq qilgan. Chunki mushu sen mishal yetishishga jarayonda sen bek ig'ir jinoyat o'tkazgachga, sening dadam opang o'lib ketdi, 2 balang o'lib ketdi. Akang va sening muddasi turmoq jazoldi. Shuning sening yashashingning hech qanday foydasi yo'q. Shunga bizga har qanday narsaga to'liq javob xatoligini tuni deb unday qilgandan mening men ishimdan bek tugishga ketdim. Shundan boshlab tortishib qoldigan ashta bo'lib qoldim. Panikatda.
During that 2 months time that in that cell, detention of in that cell, I have witnessed 9 women's death. But I don't know how many people are dying in other cells or other places. That's what I have witnessed. And the top of what we've been through in that camp and in that cell, and also we used to taken to once a week to the police station for interrogation and questioning for 2 days. When they took us from camp to police station for interrogation, they put black hood over our head, and then they took us to the police station and start interrogation. And within the whole that 9 months detention, and also that kind of once a week interrogation at the police station, they simply target us to torture mentally and to dehumanize us. That's what they're going to do. Like, especially when I was interrogated, they said, I mean, you made a big mistake and you committed crime. And if you don't confess and if you don't talk and tell us, this is what's going to happen because your parents already died, your 2 children already died, and your relatives, siblings detained. And if you keep listening such a dehumanizing and humiliating words, and you just mentally, you will be dead and very difficult to bear.
Thank you. Just one question regarding the size of your cell. We heard through the interpretation that you said the cell was 400 square meter. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
400 square meters.
Kvadrat meter ma? Мау дедіңіз ғой, сіз туғанлығы соғылған е 200 kvadrat meter ma?
230 square feet çoğunlukta.
Square feet? 430 square feet.
Thank you. That's finally, Mr. Thorson, the Chinese government claims that you have never been imprisoned, you have never been taken to vocational studies, you were only detained for 20 days for suspicion of inciting violence, and you voluntarily renounced your nationality and gave up your Chinese citizenship.
Before you ask the question, Mr. Sabi, the version I have says inciting national enmity and discrimination. Is there a difference between the two? I'm only reading off a document that I know is an internal document prepared from the Global Times, but before we...
Yes, that's the one, sir.
Enmity and discrimination. Yeah.
Okay. Mehirgul xanım, məşu Xitay hökuməti sizin digərlərinizin həmmisigə ular dəbdiki bunların həmmisi yağan. Bu Mehirgul xanım heç qaçan türmədə bu baxmadı. Heç qaçan tərbiyələş lagırığa apırılmadı. Faqat 20 gün solanğan o 20 günlüğünün səbəbi zoravallıq hərəkətini qozğaş, həm özününki məşu Xitay gərəjdallığından vaz keçkənliyi üçün yoki bo'lmasa mana dapsanda qilish ko'zga ilmaslik ashundaq jinoyatlarni o'tkazganligi uchun 20 kun ashundaq so'langan deb ashunda dedi. Siz bundan qanday qaraysiz?
Bu gaplarning hammasi yolg'on. Chunki mening maktabda o'qiyotgan do'stlarim, savodoshlarim hammasi Xitoyda. Men ularni hech qanday dapsanda qilmagan, ham hech qanday Xitoyning bo'lgunchilik hech qanday harakatlarga, siyosiy harakatlarga qatnashib boqmagan. Men faqat ular deganda shu sen red line'dagi countryga bordim. U Misr red line dastlabda radikal bular har bir davlatni rangi ayiribdi. Qizil rayonliq, sariq rayonliq, qora rayonliq, ko'k rayonliq degan. Ular deydi shu Misr shu qizil rayonliq eng cheklangan rayondagi davlat. Sen o'shaga borgan. O'shaga borganlik uchun tutilding dedi. Ikkinchi qatim seninki sen islom diniga e'tiqod qildi ekansa, islom diniga e'tiqod qilamsa deb qilgandan keyin tortur qildi. Men deganligim uchun urib keyin men yo'q, men namoz o'qishni o'qimayman, Qur'on o'qishni o'qimayman dedim, chunki urganlik, tortur va qattiq bo'lganlik uchun. U seni islom diniga e'tiqod qilganlik uchun tutdik dedi. Oxirda men turmadan ketadigan vaqtimda nima sababdan tutilganligini bir bilay degan vaqtimda ular sen Uyg'ur bo'lganliging uchun tutilding dedi. Amma ularning deganlarining hammasi yolg'on. Men isbotlab bera olmayman.
Whatever the Chinese government said is all lie. I never discriminated against Chinese people because all my classmates were Chinese students. I never did such a discriminatory act towards them. But however, when they arrested me and when they told me the reason of my arrest is one, I have traveled to red line country. The Chinese government classified countries in few categories. The red, which is the most dangerous countries, the one can be traveled to, and then yellow, and then blue, and then green. So that's the classifying of the countries that where people traveled, and which is they are targeted because of those countries are designated as dangerous. I traveled to Egypt. Egypt was designated as a red. So it's dangerous country. That was one reason because of my travel to red zone. And the second one was religion because I believe in Islam. And during my interrogation, when they have tortured me, they asked me whether I believe in Islam. I said yes. After I said yes, I faced even more harsher torture because I was unable to bear the severe torture. That's why I said I denied my belief. I denied that I don't believe in religion. And however, when I was released at the end last time, I just asked from them, I really wanted to know what's the reason of me being arrested and facing such a torture. And they said that because I was Uyghur.
Thank you, Mr. The tribunal will have some questions for you.
Thank you for joining us today. I'm going to be brief in my questions, and I hope you are in your responses, because there's quite a few. You say Egypt is a red line country, yet China has been investing in Egypt since 2013. Is it just because you're Uyghur that you were picked up and arrested at the airport?
Siz dediniz bu Mısır'ın Xitayning qizil tamğa besilgan yoki qizil deb ayrilgan aştaq xatarlik dövlətlərinin biri deb şu tizimlikning ichida ekan deb. Ammo Xitoy hukumatı 2013-yilda beri Misrga mablag' selib bular bilan tijorat qo'yibdi, qilyapti. Yani aşındaq ekan sizni o Ürümçi aeroportda qo'lga olib shunday qilishning sababi sizningki o Misrninki qizil nimadan ko'ra sizning Uyg'ur bo'lganligingiz uchunmi?
Ha, chunki ular mablag' silib davlatlarga berib, Xitoy agar ma pasportida Han Chinese yoki Xinjiang deb bo'lmasa, ular gap kelmaydi, hech qanaqa gap kelmaydi. Har bir ayrimda, har bir chetdan chiqib China ayrim kelgan vaqtimizda ular bizning pasportimizni ko'rdi. Chiroyimizga bir qaraydi, biz ularga chiroy jihatdan o'xshamaymiz. Pasportida faqat Xinjiang bo'lsa, hammasini ayrim bir uyga kirib so'roq qildi. Malla emas, balkim butun chetga chiqqan Uyg'urlarning hammasi mush ahvolga uchraydi. Shuningga ular Xinjiangninki pasporti Sharq Turkistonningini ular Xinjiang deydi. Ash pasporti bağlananlarning hammasi shu rangi qo'yilgan davlatlarga borsa, mushta tutildi ekan alam deganda.
Yes. Yes.
At the airport.
Yes. Sorry, can I translate in full? Yes, as long as you're Uyghur, that's what you're going to go through. When Uyghurs travel back to China, or go back to China, the first thing is they will be checked at the airport. At the airport, the first they look at your passport and you look, how you look, your face. And then in the passport, if it states Xinjiang, which is the East Turkestan, that's how we call our country's name. And if it's Xinjiang, and then you are not Han Chinese, and you are thoroughly checked at the airport, you will be separated from others, and then put into separate place and questioned thoroughly. It's not only me, it's not only just myself. Whoever traveled to those zones that China designated as a red or any other, as long as you are a Uyghur, and you are questioned separately and you are checked thoroughly at the airport. That applies to every Uyghur who traveled back to China.
Thank you. So at the airport, who took away your 3 children?
Airport.
Chinese
police officers. And then they arrested you, put a hood on you and took you to detention center. You were out on parole. Were you allowed to be close to your children after coming out of detention?
Sizni ağı solab qo'ygan so'laqdan qo'yib etib vaqtli qo'yib etgan vaqtida siz o'zingizning bolalaringizga yiqilish, bolalaringiz bilan birga tura oldingizmi?
Bolalarim bilan birga tura oldim. Apam, dadam, mening 2 bolam, meni 2 soqchi, men hammamiz bir uyda.
Yes, I did. Yes, I was able to stay with my children. However, with my children, with my parents, and also 2 Chinese policemen stayed with us together.
You say that you used to breastfeed them before you got arrested. When you were on parole, were you allowed to breastfeed again?
Siz aşı tutuluşdan burun ballarınızı özünüz emitip nem qo'yib ekansiz, shunda qilayotgandim degandingiz. Lekin sizni vaqtli qo'yib berib, yana qaytadan ballariningiz bilan birga bo'lganda siz ballariningizni yana qaytadan o'zingiz emitib qila oldingizmi?
Yo'q, men burun ularni faqat 40 necha kun emitgan, keyin turmaga kirib chiqqandan keyin ballarimni emitamadim. Ularni bu shu ishga hozir qadar hamda ular bek ojiz, ikkilisi disable bo'lib qoldi hozirmi? Ularni bağmaq bək təz gəldi, çünki ular məni iməməkdən bo'lib qoldi, 2 aydan keyin. Tamaq bəmək yo'q, chiqib ularni bək təz cho'ng adam qildim. Bək təz baxdım, Xitaylar aslında ko'rib turdi. Xitaylar yana birisi deydi, mehrigini biz tutmadik, erkin deydi, shu vaqtda men nechiqatdan chetga chiqib ketgan bo'lsam, agar ya yo'ldishim kiralgan bo'lsa, ya meni Misrga ketkazilgan bo'lsam, men bolalarimni davolatib, yaxshi beqib balkim shularni yaxshi cho'ng qilatdim. Ama yo'ldishimni kirgizmadi, meni hech qayerga chiqargizmadi, hatto do'konlarga chiqib bolalarga ish qilgan parashyutlarni olamayman. Xitoylar nima bo'lsa ashni ish kuzma.
No, I wasn't able to breastfeed anymore after release from the detention. I was only able to breastfeed them for over 40 days. But whatever is happening was that the Chinese policemen who are staying with us witnessed everything. And my children were very weak. And that's why they didn't look after properly. So that's why now they became very weak and disabled.
What were they feeding them through the tubes in the neck? What were they feeding them?
O ballarınızı boynudan teşip tamak berdik depti, nem tamak beripti ulağa, qandaq tamak beripti ki o boyundan işlankı bile. Avazınız yok, Mehrigül, avazınız yok. Avazınız yok.
Okay, okay. Ularlıqı balla kichik bo'lgankin bir narsa imkonmikin mana shu ikkita samdaq bo'yindan shilanka ichib mashadin tomoq mang'uzibdi oshqozonga.
Nima tomoq deydi shuni? Qandaq tomoq?
Ular mana demadi.
Yes, they gave them the food through the tube, but they didn't tell me what kind of food they fed them through the tube.
Who is they? The doctors and nurses?
Kim o ular deganiniz? Doktorlarmı, sisterlarmı?
Doktorlar dedi, balalarımның doktorlar dedi. Ama bir Xitay doktor CCTV'da sözüldü. Mehrigül bir yer yatmağın Sakay'ı dep. O doktorunu ben körep bakmağın. Başka bir doktor, benim balamın məsul doktoru. Aşlar bir narsa mang'uz doktor dedi. Nemi mang'uz bunu bana hazır demdi. Balalarım hazır kadar 6 yaş kirdi ama 6 yaş kirgendek emez. Nemi her gün tamak yandırdı bular.
Yes, the doctor told me that that's how they fed, but they didn't tell me what kind of food they have given. On CCTV, one doctor said that they didn't do anything, but that I don't recognize that the doctor that appeared on the CCTV that has seen me or treated my children. But the doctor that at the hospital really treated my children, that person fed my children, but didn't tell me what kind of food. Right now, my children are 6 years old. But they are unable to eat properly. Whatever they eat, they vomit out.
Okay, thank you. When the doctor gave you, I'm sorry to say, your dead child, were you allowed to bury the child according to your Islamic practice?
Bek özür sizning ölüp ketgan balangiz to'g'riliq so'z ochganim uchun, shu sizning ölüp ketgan balangizningki nemisini o'likini sizga bergandan keyin siz shuni islom qoidasi bo'yicha tuproqqa ko'maldingizmi?
Yo'q. Ularni bolarimning odamni chaqirib namoz qilishqimi, ishimiga qilamadik faqat opam dadam men bizning o'liklarni bolarimni qabr qilib qo'ydik. Hech qanday odamdan chaqirish qat'iy bo'lmaydi. Mening bolarim hozir tug'ildi, mana 6 yosh kirdi. Ularning sunnat to'yi, ot qo'yish bizning ma'rifat kolchibati. Ad qo'yish, undaq hech narsa qilib boqmadim hozir qadar. Hatto bolam tugab ketganda bu odamlar kelamidi bizning uyga, hech kim tuqqanlarmi kelamidi.
No, I wasn't able to do or bury my child in the way that Islamically. Only my parents and myself we just bury him. But even I wasn't able to perform any other religious or cultural processes for my dead child. Even my relatives were unable to visit us and express their sympathy for my loss. It was very hard. Like, for example, usually like doing circumcision to the boys, Islamically, I did not perform any of them because I wasn't allowed to do anything.
So they took the body back?
Yeah, I am 24 years old. I have in my life this first children, this triplet. I have a lot of hope, but I cannot able to do all this. Even I cannot give breast my kids. I cannot. Balalarımı azadımızı kılamadım. Bir ömür şeymanda azı kadar Xitaylar beni açtan pek veyran kıvetti.
The Chinese government destroyed me so much. I wasn't able to perform. I wasn't able to do anything that I supposed to, and I really wish to, because they are my first child, and even just naming them Islamically, I wasn't able to do anything at all. Which is until today, I feel painful about it.
Are you happy for me to carry on, or do you need a break?
Dam alamsız ya davamlaştırsam bulamdı.
We can continue. It's okay.
Okay, I'd like to ask you, when you were tortured, who said to you being Uyghur is a crime?
Siz sizni qiyin qistab olgan vaqtingizda sizning Uyg'urli bo'lganingizni o'zi jinoyat degan gapni kim dedi sizga?
Shu bizniki Chachan Noylik saqchixondan saqchi Haytsonning boshlig'i ashtaq dedi. Ular sen mening gadim Allah dedim. Unda bo'lsa Allahni chaqirib kel, men bilan ko'rasizlar. Agar shu yomon bo'lsa, seni hozirmishadan qutqazsin. Sening gading Allah'ın sening hamma narsang Chinese Communist Party, chunki biz seni beqib cho'ng qildik, biz seni mang desak manglaymiz, tur desak tura olaysan. Deb ashtaq.
It is the boss of the police station of the Chachang County, and when I said God, and they said, you know, you call you God, you know, because of the torture, I screamed out God, Allah, and you know, tell your God to come and save you from here if you believe in God. There is no God, and in reality, we are your God. We created you, we fed you, so you shouldn't believe in your God. If your God exists, and He should come now and save you from us.
Do you remember the name of that person?
İsmini bilamsiz aşda degan gapni, shun deganning odamning ismini?
Yes, I can provide for you in writing. Okay, by Chinese name.
You also heard someone say, this is China, we could do whatever we want according to the local law. Who was that person, and what was a local law he was or she was referring to?
Uningki yana bir odam debdi sizga, biz xohlaganimizni qila olamiz sanga shu yerlik qonunlar bo'yicha. Nimani qo'limizdan kelsa shuni qilamiz sanga. Shu gapni degan odam kim u? Ularning degan yerlik qonuni qaysi qonunga u? Qanday qonunga?
Ular Xitoy hukumatida ular deydi, biz nima desak shu qonun bo'ldi deydi. Ammo Xitoyda qonun yozilgan qonun bo'yicha ish qilmaydi ular. Biz mana o'zimiz qonun, biz seni nima qilsak shu bo'yicha qilsa deb ashtaq deydi. U yerda 3 soat bor, hammasini ismini beraman, men sizga beraman.
There are 4 policemen who said those things. Like they say, whatever we say is a law, we are the law. So I can give you the names of that 3 policemen who said that. They say, although there is a Chinese law, but they don't care. But each policeman is themselves claims they are the law.
Okay. So we'll get those names later. Thank you. My last question: when you were when you were imprisoned, you saw 2 women who were naked, who were being harassed by policemen and dogs. Is that to bring dogs into the center? Was that usual practice, or was this the only time you saw this?
Siz yazma materialınız depsiz, iki ayalınınkini yalang'açlap koyup, saqçılarınki işte depsendi qıvat qalınığını, onundakin üyedin iştbağlığını, iştlanımı ekilip, şundaq qışlağa işte depsendi qıqan ahvallarını depsiz. Bu aşağıdaki saqçılarınki işte iştlarını ekiliş şundaq yerlerge, yani saqçılağa. O davamlıq elip bardığan işimi, davamlıq işletadigan taktikler mi ulanın?
Ular daim aşağı qıldı. Bu torture üyü var, bularınki soraxana üyü, torture üyü buldu. O üyдің içinde her xil qiynaydigan üskünler var. O ayallarını mene bir üyde soraqa vaqtda yeni bir üyde rişadkı var. Biz Allah'ını ayaktaki üyde qiynavatırdı. Biz onu körmez. Şununla bazı başlarını qiynap durup bizge közüşünün bu bir xil torture hesabındaki. Şunu aşağı qiynıştın saqlanması için erkinde sualımız cevap verse de aşağı dedi. Ama üy kərqətdən üyəyə kirgan vaxtda keçidən çıxatım kirdi. İşti bilan birlə kirdi. İştlar qopar işt birlə kirdi. Şunu öyünə amiyəni fırab aşağı çıxdı. Aşağı ularning daimlik adəti. Şununğa hazır mening 2 balammı hazır qədər əmdə Amerika çoğ bolğan balalar doktordan qorxmaydı. Mening 2 balam kiçik bolsun, çoğ bolsun, hər qandaq işni közləb bax qo'ydu. Çünki kiçikliyi yanıqlaydı. Təsir.
Yes, it is a usual practice bringing dogs to such a centers. how I was witness to those two women's torture is, it is one of the way that the Chinese police, when they torture us, first of all, they show us they're torturing others. So we have to confess and we have to tell the truth. If we're not, this is going to be outcome, and our fate will be the same as those tortured in front of us. So it's just a method of let you confess, or just another method of torture you as well, just by letting you see others tortured. And also there is a torture rooms. When we taken into that torture rooms, and we can see other people are tortured in other torture rooms as well, because those torture rooms are divided with a kind of steel barbed wire kind of stuff that you can see through. So you can see how they're torturing others. And that's how I saw the police were torturing the other woman. And also, sometimes they come during the night and take you out from the cell into the torture room, and they bring you back from torture room to the usual cell. And during that time, the always black dogs accompany to the police and to us to come in and out. Like, for example, in America, usually people, they don't afraid of dogs, but my children and we do afraid of dogs.
Thank you for your testimony today.
Көп рахмат бүгінгі шahidliğiniz için.
One brief question. Could you say what was the point, what was the purpose of the abuse and the torture in the prisons? Why did they do this, do you believe?
Sizning qarashingizcha, shu turmalarda nimishki shunday qiyin qistoq qilib dapsanda qiladi? Nim maqsadi bor ularning shunday qilishdan sizcha?
Ularning buna qilishga maqsadi mening o'yligimda bir boshqalarni yo'q alanim qilgan deyish, boshqani oshkorlash bilganlar bo'lsa, ko'proq odamni tutishimizga foydasi bo'ladi deb ashtaqdab o'ylaydi mening o'yligimda. Chunki ular mendan bekchiq odamlarning rasmini ko'rsatdi, men ularni rasla tunimayman. Ondan keyin Misrda o'qigan butun bolalarni chedalga chiqqanda ko'rishgan har qanday odamning hammasini deb berishni aytdi, men ammo ularni tunimayman. Men ularning xayolida meni tuniydi, biladi deb qaraydi. Biroq bir narsa olsa, bir ish qildim desa, shuningga yip uchi bo'lib bir jinoyat deb buningga shu jinoyat orqali uy kelsak bo'ladi deb ashtaq deb o'ylaydigan ko'larga. Ammo menda hech qanday degidek narsa bo'lmaganligi uchun
I think they try to get more information from others as well. That's the one way of purpose of torturing. Like, for example, they showed me lots of pictures and asked me whether I know them. Those people, the picture people were in Egypt as well. And they thought, they think that if I disclose information about any of them, or I can tell more information, or at least if I know because of the torture, I can confess, or I can tell about that person so I can be released. I think it's just the one purpose of torturing and getting more people by forcing one or innocent, like myself, that honestly I didn't know any of those, I didn't recognize any of those picture people at all.
Even they ask me, you believe Islam? I say yes, I am Muslim. And then they start beat me so hard. You are Muslim? I say yes. And then again beat. After that I say no, I am not Muslim. Then after that he say, okay, your God, what is your God? I must tell him Chinese Communist Party, but I don't tell like this. I say Allah. And then they, okay, let Allah coming, and then start beating. After that I don't speak, my Chinese Communist Party is my God. Then they gave me electric. Then that time I just keep my mouth shut up, like I don't say anything. Then they stop this from torture. Then they tell me, I must let you know this Chinese Communist Party is your God, and we give you life or we give you that, we are choosing.
Marigal Terson, thank you for giving evidence. And I'm sorry that the process has been difficult.
Keçiren bu jarayonlar kıyım boldu siz üçün. Sizge rahmet şahitlik kılgınыңızga.
You've made a very detailed statement, and we've all read it, and we will take into account everything that is in the statement.
Sizin aytı təpsili uçur bədiniz bizge yazma material, anın həmmisini biz təpsili okup çıktık, hem həmmisini biz demek alımız, etibarı alımız.
It is essential that some part of it is given in evidence, and that is why you've been asked questions, and your answers have been extremely helpful.
Elbette bazı kısımlarda şu bazı bir ahvallarını biz nem kıldık, şu doğruluk sizden suallarını sorduk. Hem sizin bu sorgan suallarımızga bergen cevaplarınız mı nayeti bizge yardımlık buldu.
Before you leave us, if there is anything else you personally want to say in your own language or in English, then please do. Otherwise, we will bid you farewell.
Endi meşagiçe eğer sizge hoş değiştim burun eğer halısınız sizin özünüzün qoşumça deydigan gaplarınızda meyli İngilizce sözlemsiz ve yoki özünüzün tilida sözlemsiz eğer özünüzün qoşumça deydiganlarınız olsa desiniz boladı.
Mening faqat deydiganim men özümninki hikoyasini hozir qadar qancha qېتىملىق deganini o'qimayman. Ben bekçik eley dedim ama ben hem to'xtamayman chunki meni bu so'zlatgani turmadagi tatgan azobim o'lib ketgan 9 ayol ham o'lib ketgan o'g'limniki shuning qisasi ham hozir qadar Xitoylar nurg'un ishlar nimani qilyotdi men bilmayman. Men ota-onamni bolarimdan yo'ldoshimdan hamma narsamdan ayrildim. Mening hayotimni hukm qilgan quvvatli bu Xitoy. Shuning sotniki bir adil qaror qilib bir yaxshi natija chiqib bizlarning ko'nglimizga bo'lsin azroq bir malham bo'lishini umid qilaman.
I don't know how many times I have told my story to the world, many times, but whatever I said and whatever I do is to bring justice to the criminals who committed crime against that 9 dead women that I have witnessed, my passed away dead son, and what I have been through and my sufferings in the prison. And I hope that this tribunal can come up to a fair judgment and serve the justice for my suffering people. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Gulterson.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Mr. Sabi, the next witness?
The next witness,
by chance we're finished for the afternoon,
is Mr. Shohrat Ashur. But before that, I have to inform you that unfortunately we will not be able to hear Saira Gul later because she's unwell. So
yes, I saw that, and we'll possibly hear her tomorrow. Yes?
So we'll probably better just to ask her in writing. So I've sent her a request for answering my question.
Thank you. Now, I think the next and last witness of today. Is this, or is that it?
Yes.
And is this a witness whom it is appropriate to say has been the subject of an in-camera discussion, the contents of which will not be disclosed, the explanation sufficient to render there being no mystery about what's going on, being something that can be dealt with in the final judgment?
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. The witness is a correspondent for Radio Free Asia and is fluent in the Uyghur language. He reported, and his reports have helped expose many of the major incidents in the Uyghur region, very few of which, in fact, had been reported by the Chinese media themselves. Through his telephone interviews with Chinese officials, he has been able to gain further details about the re-education camps, in particular relating to the numbers of people detained in specific camps and the conditions inside those camps. In his interview with the police officer who worked as a camp guard at one of these re-education camps, the witness was able to get information from such Chinese officials about the demographic profile of the detainees. daily routines, including learning, feeding, sleeping routines, the continual 24-hour surveillance of detainees in all areas of the camp, including the toilets, disciplinary techniques, particularly for those detainees who do not give up practicing their religious beliefs, the separation of family members in the camps, and processes for dealing with health issues arising in the camps. Mr. Hosur, I have 3 questions for you today. In one of your interviews with a police officer from Kuhar County relating to the deaths of at least 150 detainees in a Xinjiang internment camp called Number 1 Internment Camp, these deaths occurred over a period from June to December 2018. Do you know the cause or causes of those deaths?
Hujur efendim, sizinki bir axbarat dokladınızda Kuchar'daki bir saqçı xadim bilen sözleşken demangizda aytilgan. Uningda şuerdagi birinci nomerlik lagerda 150 tutqunlarninki şuerda ölüp ketganligi bayon qilingan. Yani o vaqa 2018-yili 6-oyda. Sizce mushu ölüp ketganlarning ölüp ketgan sababi nima ekanligi nima shuni bilamsiz? Ovozingiz yo'q. Sorry, there is no voice of him. I can't hear him. Ovozingiz yo'q. Endi chiqdi, endi boshlang.
Yani men soniga 150 degan soni.
Ovozingiz yo'q. Sorry, no volume.
Endi
chiqdi.
Soni aniq uchun 150 odamning o'lganligi. Ammo sababi aniq emas. Sababini faqat faraz qila oladi.
I don't know exact reason, what's the reason of death, but the number is clear. It is 150%, but I don't know exact reason, but I can guess.
Yes, and what would your guess be?
Nemo qandaq paraz qilsiz? Nemo sizning parazingiz?
Birincisi endi o lagerlarda yemek-içmek meselesindeki načarlığı, bozulmuş qatarlıq, uyqudan mahrum qaldırıq qatarlıq cezalarının bağlıqı şu sebepten salametlikte ağır načarlış bo'layotganligidan xabarim bor. Şuna birinci salametlik nachar kesel sebebinden de qarayman. Birincisi.
Number one, I think because of the health problem, because we knew that the food is very bad, and also there is also sleep deprivation in the camps, and that's why the people have, the older people face very bad health condition. I see that number one reason is a health condition.
İkincisi,
the second reason is torture.
Kıyınkıstak düşündükse, hazırgıcı biz 50 yakın şu lagerde ölgen adamınki ahvalını eniqildik. Şunun içindeki birisininki sebebini sorasak, uyak resmi kıyınkıstak sürgan ve kıyınkıstakta ölgen.
There is
ahvalı qarab turib, ikinci bir sebebini kıyınkıstakta tahmin qilmayman.
Sorry, interpreter, before you interpret, there is quite a lot of feedback coming from Mr. Hosur's connection.
That's true, that's right. Even it's very disturbing for me as well. It's a very disruptive kind of echo behind his voice, but I'm trying my best to just listen properly. So if it can be fixed, that would be really good for me too. Thank you. But I can translate his second reason, if you wish.
Just before you do that, it's possible he has this app open in 2 places, or he has a mobile and a computer or something that's causing the feedback.
Nemo, şuratga siz ikki narsada açdingizmi? Nemingizni-chi? Mana şunun hozir ovozingiz yo'q. Shuni chiqibmaligi. Endi bor ovozingiz?
Much better, thank you.
Much better, oh thank God. Much better. Okay, now I can start translating his second reason. Second reason is a torture. Why I would say torture? Because at least we have identified 50 detainees who were tortured, and among 50, one of them was dead just simply because of torture.
Anda agar ashuni tushuntirishni zo'r deb qarasizlar, tushuntirib bermab, bo'lmasa atlab kelsak bo'ldi.
If you think that it's necessary for me to explain further, I will do so. If not, I can move on.
Thank you. No, I think that those are the two main reasons, therefore, you would consider to account for those deaths. Thank you for that. So my second question now relates to your investigative work more generally. In this work, you have spoken to several Chinese officials, such as official Mehmet Ursun in one of the re-education camps. And these officials were generally involved in guarding the re-education camps. And if you could give us a sense of the kind of ranks of these officials to whom you have spoken, and how you could ascertain what their rank was.
Sizniki nima aniqlab nima qilgan tekshirish dokladlaringizda siz Xitoyninki hukumat xodimlari bilan so'zlashibsiz. O hukumat xodimlarining ichida Mehmet Tursun degan bir kishi bor ekan. Undan keyin shu siz so'zlashgan hukumat xodimlarining ko'pinchisi shularning ichida jazo lagerlarida saqchi bo'lib yoki qo'g'dug'uchi bo'lib ishlaydiganlar bor ekan. Siz siz so'zlashgan hukumat xodimlarininki xizmat darajasi haqida bizga so'zlab bera olamsiz? Ularning xizmat yerdagi o'rni darajasi haqida.
Ya'ni shu men bu yoqning da'vatini naq men ziyorat qilgan Mehmet Mehmet Tursun degan bir kishiniki lager saqchisiniki kimligini so'rab o'tirib, yani darajasini. Mehmet Tursun asli bir san'at o'maknik boshqa bir o'rinning xizmatchisi. Bu lagerga saqchi bo'lib 2017-yili lager boshlangan chog'da kirgan 11 oy vazifa o'tagan va shu bir qavatniki mas'ul bo'lgan. Lager saqchilariniki bir guruhi boshlig'i bo'lgan.
Okay. Yes, I understood, sir. You talking about Mehmet Tursun. That person was originally worked for the arts department, and he was moved to one of the camp to work in 2017, the beginning of the 2017, and he worked for 11 months, and he was responsible for one level of the camp. And he was responsible to managing one group who manages or just who can be responsible for one level of the camp.
Bunun yukarı derecelik əməldar demeyiz ama asas katlamdaki vazife icra kılıp atkan otur derecelik bir əməldar digini buldu. Özden töven yana başlıklar bu vazifelerde.
I don't see that person as a high level official. But we can classify him as a middle level, and he has people who top of him, who manages him, and he has people the lower level of him that he would manage.
And if I could come in, because this wasn't the only interview with a police or Chinese officials that you have undertaken. So with respect more generally to other investigative work you have undertaken, would you generally be speaking to mid-level police or Chinese officials?
Sizniki bu Xitoy hukumat xodimlari bilan so'zlashgandagi vaqtda buning ichida saqchilar ham shundaqlar xodimlar, xizmatchi xodimlar bo'lgan. Endi sizniki umumyuzlik sizniki mustaqillikni tekshirish dokladlaringizda so'zlashganlarning ichida ziyorat qilganlarning ichidagilarning ko'pinchisining hammasi o'rta darajalik xizmatchi xodimlarmi, hukumat xizmatchi xodimlarmi, saqchi bo'lsin va yoki xizmatchi xodimlar bo'lsin.
Shundaq deyishga bo'ldi. O'rta va tuvan darajalik, ya'ni oldingi hisobda vazifa o'tayotganlar desak bo'ladi.
Yes, we can say middle and the low level, but frontline workers.
Thank you. And before I move to my third and final question, just a quick note, how do you verify their rank?
Men yana bir savolga o'tishdan burun sizdan so'raydigan savolim, ularningki xizmat darajasini qanday qilib farq qildingiz, qanday qilib ularni aniqlay oldingiz?
O'zining gapidan ma'lum. O'zi deydi, men birinchi bu yerga birinchi ulab kirdim deydi, men bir qavatga mas'uldim. u qavat mening qo'l ostimda 12 odam bor dedi. Qo'l ostimda 12 odam bor deganlikning o'zi hech bo'lmadigan chora uning o'rta darajadagi bir saqchi ekanligini ko'rsatdi. O'zining gapidan men.
Yeah, I have identified his ranks from his accounts. For example, the policeman that I have interviewed said that he's responsible to the affairs in the one level, and there are 12 people under my management. From that, you can guess, and you can see, you can identify that that person is middle level.
That's very helpful, thank you. So my third and final question now is, on the basis of these various interviews or conversations you've had with different Chinese police or guards or officials, could you give us what you learned about the policing system or the guard system within these re-education camps?
Sizniki shu so'zlashgan, ya'ni ziyorat qilgan mayli Xitoyning saqchisi bo'lsin, yoki bo'lmasa xizmatchi xodim bo'lsin, yoki bexatarlik qo'g'dug'uchilar bo'lsin, mushulardagi so'zlashish jarayonidagi sizning o'zingizningki bilishingizcha shu yerdagi saqchi sistemining qandaqligini yoki shu yerdagi qo'g'dash sistemasi yoki saqchi sistemining qandaq deb his qildingiz?
Hamda agar mayada deyilayotgani, agar shu lagerning sistemasini deyotgan bo'lsa, bunaqa javob bersam bo'ldi. Agar lagerning sistemasi qandaqligi savol aniq bo'lsin. Agar lagerning sistemasini qandaqligini bildingiz desa, hozir buni javob bersam bo'ldi. Shuni demak istadim.
The question is, are we talking about the camp policing system? If it's camp policing system, yes, I can talk about it.
That's it. Yes, please.
To'g'ri.
Unda bo'lsa, shu mening birinchi bilganim, ya'ni shu Mehmet Tursun Seyit degan shu saqchi, shu o'rta darajalik saqchi amaldorning bilganim, birinchi bu o'ringa kelayotgan atalmış o'quvchilarning beshiga qarxalti kaydirilib majburlab kelayotganligini bildim. Birinchi bu.
Yes, again, my interview with the official, which is Mehmet Saud, and according to him, the detainees, the so-called students who were brought into these interment camps, the first of all they brought by putting black hood over their head, and that's how they were brought to the camp. Number one.
İkinci bilginim, şu yerda o'qiyotgan atalmış o'quvchilar yatqidan sınıfıga, ders anglaydigan sınıfıga saqchilarningki nazorati ostida tokkaltak tutgan yordamchi saqchi va avtomatik qurollarni tutgan rasmiy saqchilarning nazoratida yataqdan sinfga kirilganligi. İkinci bilginim bu.
And second observation is that these so-called students at the camp, when they were brought into the classroom for so-called re-education, they were under watch or under guardians of the fully military army. Those military personnel were carrying electric sticks or fully, they have a weapon.
Üçüncü bilginim, bunun dersten çıkandan keyin, yataq kirgandan keyin yataqdimi ozod emasdiki, hatto o'zaro so'zlasholmaydiganligi, ixtiyoriy har qanday bir harakatining yo'qligi, shu darsdan sirt vaqtida, tamoq vaqtida, tamoqni oldi keyinda qo'lini tizib qo'yib o'tirishga majbur bo'lganligi. Shu ziyoratdan bilgan uchinchi muhim xabarim bu.
And the third important information that I have learned from my conversation is those students are, the so-called students are not free even after the class as well. They were not allowed to talk, not allowed to communicate each other. Other than just the food time and other times, they were forced to sit by putting the hands onto the knees, and that's how they supposed to sit.
Anda dördüncü bilginim, yani bu ziyaretin dördüncü bilginim, bunun obornedim nazaret kılındıqanlıqı, munchidim nazaret kılındıqanlıqı, uxlab atqan çağdım nazaret kılındıqanlıqı.
And the fourth discovery that I have learned from them is those detainees are monitored while they were in the toilet, in the shower, even while they were sleeping. They were all watched and monitored.
Eğer bunu yana tafsili qalsa deprdaniya jiq gappa. Munchida qandaq agar boshqa so'radan so'ralsa o'tlab kelsak.
If you wish to know more in detail, yeah, there are lots of things to say. I can tell you, but if not, I can move on.
Thank you for that. I will hand you over to the panel, and if they would like more information, I'm sure they would be able to ask. Thank you.
Ben başkalarına yötküdümdeydi. Başkalarının soruları bu sizden soraydı.
Could you tell us how you obtained A, the identity, and B, the telephone number of Mehmet Tursun, who you spoke to?
Siz şu Mehmet Tursun degan kişinin telefon numarını, o kişinin ki kim bo'lganligini qanday egalladingiz?
Ben o telefonda bir baştan adet telefon qilamiz. Telefon qilib shu saqchi navbat bilan saqchixonaning xodimlari ko'rishgan chog'da o'zidan sen burun qanday kelding, burun qayerdan ishlaganting deb o'zidan so'radim. O'zini tanishtirish bilan bildim. Asosan o'zini o'zi ma'lum qildi. Ammo men saqchixonaga telefon qildim.
The first all I rang the police station. After ringing the police station, when I initiate the conversation, I asked from the person that I talked to, asked the name, asked the phone number, and asked the ranks, everything. In reality, I learned from them directly.
You would have the option, if you don't wish to give off your sources, to decline that. Thank you.
I don't think we need to deal with that now. We can deal with it in another way. Anything else, Mr. Vetch?
Eğer uçurunuzdaki mənbeyini deyişini xalımısınız, sizinki aştaq haqqınız var demeydiğim.
Elbette. Ben hazır davat kaldırım deyişki tegişlikleri.
Whatever I have been telling you right now is I can tell you and I am able to.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for coming to give evidence. You've given us the advantage of a very detailed statement. I'm just going to check something with Mr. Sabi. Is this statement going to be posted onto the website at some stage or not, or don't you yet know?
It's already on the website.
It's on the website. So thank you very much. So we've got your full statement on the website already, and that statement constitutes the detailed evidence that you've been able to give, and it reflects what you've been able to contribute by bringing these various matters to public. Just a tiny detail from me, and it's on page 326 of our bundle. It's during information from the county police officer, and it's only this. It's the person speaking said that the distance from Kashgar to Opal is 14 kilometers. I've tried to find it, and it looks like it's 47 kilometers. Do you know if one way or the other whether it's 14 or 47?
Sizningki bütün təfsili uçurlarınızın hamısı, yəni bəgən müşahidliğinizin hamısı tor bitide həmmə nəsini köydük. Mən hazır sizningki bəgən şu şahidlik materialınızınki 327-ci bətdiki sizin bir nahiyəlik saqçı xadim bilan sözləşkən şu nərsəgə qaravatman, şu qismiga. Onun da Qashqar ilə Opalның arlığı 14 kilometr deyilgan. Mening qarshim bizninki bir uçurda 47 kilometr deyilgan. Şu bunun qaysi to'g'ri? 14 mi 47 mi?
Onu men bilmayman. Chiqib qolgan bir to'g'rilishi men uchun u unchalar mo'yim uçur bo'lmaganligi uchun ustida izlanib ketmadim. Menga degan odam nima degan bo'lsa shuni yozdim. Balkim 14 bo'lishi mumkin, 47 bo'lishi mumkin. Men u uchurni bak mo'yimdab qaramaganligim uchun ustida izlanmadim.
I am not sure exact number in here because since I didn't really consider that information is very important, so I didn't really dig into it, and I just wrote it down whatever the person that I have spoken to told me.
I understand, and thank you very much for providing all this detail. Your evidence is now concluded. Mr. Sabi, tomorrow morning.
See you tomorrow morning.
Do we have a full day for those either listening or watching here? Sorry?
Yeah, yes, sir, we'll have a full day. Well, do you want to like...
Oh, you have another question?
No, I understood one of the panel members.
Oh, really? I'm sorry. No, I don't think so. No.
Sorry.
I don't have enough eyes in enough parts of my head, I'm sorry. But Tomorrow, a full day.
Full day.
And in the afternoon, one expert whom we've heard a lot of reference to, Mr. Zenz.
Mr. Zenz would testify.
And also another expert coming tomorrow afternoon, without naming necessarily.
Rukiya, yes. Rukiya Tardash.
Well, 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Uyghur bölümünün naq meydan taqtışı. Biz bugün ئەنگلىيەنىڭ paytaxtı Londonda içilayotgan Uyghur Sot kollegiyasının ispat beriş yığınının 3-cü günlük qismini o'zinglarga davomliq naq meydanda taqtıbatmız. Ben alim, bu yoq bolsa Uyghur bölümünün muavin direktori Muhammed Cuma efendi.
Rahmat sizga, hurmatli televizor ko'ruvchilar, ko'rayotganinglar ئەنگلىيەنىڭ London shahrida ichilayotgan Uyghur Sot kollegiyasining naq meydanda anglitishi. Bayam alim deb o'tgandek, bugungi bu anglitish bugungi 3-cü kuniga qadam qo'ydi va 3-cü kundagi guvohlik berish yig'ini natijalik oyoqlashdi. Undaqda hurmatli alim efendim, siz shu bugun 3-cü kunda guvohlik berguvchilardan Uyg'ur harakati tashkilotining raisi Roshan Abbas xonimning bergan bayonotidagi guvohlikdagi muhim nuqtalarni sharhlab tushuntirib o'tgan bo'lsangiz.
Bo'ldi albatta. Degandek, Roshan Abbas xonim Amerikadagi Uyg'ur harakati tashkilotining quruvchisi ham uning ijroiya direktori. Bu tashkilot qurilgan bir qancha yil mobaynida Roshan xonim nəhayət aktivçanlıq bilan bu Uyğur məsələsini Amerikaçı və xalqara götürüşdə nəhayət mühim rol oynayan oldu. Onundan sırt Roshan Abbas xanım, yəni bu bir fəaliyyətçi bolğan yaxı olub 2018-ci il 9-cı ayda Amerikadakı məşhur hadisin tədqiqat mərkəzində Uyğurların ki hazırki vəziyyəti doğrusunda olub 2017-dən keyinki vəziyyəti doğrusunda nutq sözləgəndən keyin Xitay hökuməti hətta 10 gündən keyin hədisi doktor Gülşən Abbasni tutub yo'qotgan. İzdeyəraksiz yo'qolub bir 2 yil yo'qolgandan keyin bular izdiragini qilib topamagan. Amerikadagi Gülşən Abbasning qizlarimi anasining izdiragini topamagan. Nəticədə axırı bizning Erkin Asiya radiosu Uyğur bölümü, yəni Roshan Abbas xanımning hədisi Gülşən Abbasning kesilganligini yaqında dəlillədik. Şundan keyin həm də bularning ailesi qolganligini bildi. Həm də Xitay hökuməti mo əlbəttə öz degəndək Roshan Abbasning bir qancha qitim CIA'ning jasusi, ilgari Guantanamo'da ishlagan, hozir Xitoyga qarshi ta'tir tashviqotni, yolg'on isbotlarni to'plagan bir shaxs deb qaytadan ayblab keldi. Hamda bugun Roshan Abbasning hamda bu Uyghur Sot kollegiyasida asosliqqa o'tirib qo'ygani birisi o'zining hadisi shu Gülşən Abbasning yo'qolib 2 yilga yaqin yo'qolib ketganligi va keyin kesilganligi bo'lsa, yana bir tarafdan yo'ldoshi Abdikimning oilasiga 20-30 tuqunining ota-onasidan tortib hatto uydan yo'q ekanligi, uylarida taqoqlik ekanligi. Uningdan sirt yana Xitoy hukumatining bulog'lam emas, mushlarga o'xshash nurg'un Uyg'ur oilalariga qaratgan mushundaq siyosatni cho'nqurlab o'tirib qo'ygan bo'ldi. Yani nurg'un Uyg'urlarning, masalan, chet eldagi Uyg'urlarning aloqasining uzilganligi, urug' tuqqanlar bilan aloqalashmaganligi ham ularning nima bo'lganligini uqolmaydiganligini, bularning faqatlam shuning bir misol ekanligini, nurg'un chet eldagi urug' tuqqanlari vatan yo'qolib ketganligining shuningga oid obdan shaklda tushganda, ya'ni Xitoy hukumatining hamda nima uchun bu so'rgan savollarni, masalan, Roshan xonimdan nima uchun ya'ni siz hadisini so'zlagandan keyin bu Xitoy hukumati adingizni sizga 3 ilish xarakterlik shaklda ko'rak elib tutib oldi deb qaraysiz degandek. Roshan xonimmi ravan ingliz tilidan oid yaxshi birsi guvohlik bergan bo'lsa, yana bir tarafdan so'rgan savollarga mana aniq yaxshi javob bergan bo'ldi. Yani bu hadise institutu biz bilgendek bu Washington'daki yani bu Cumhuriyetçi Partiyasının qo'lidagi aydı güçlük bir tədqiqat mərkəzi. Onun da mesela Amerika'nın sabık Taşqı İşlər Ministri Pompeo, mesela Xalqaralıq Dini Erkinlik Komitetinin komissarı Nuri Türkel, bular hamısı şu hadisenin fellows emdi. Şunun əzasının biri. Nəhayətdə Amerikadakı mühim ərbablar, siyasiyonlar onun əzası buludğan, Amerika bilan Xitay arasındakı və dünyadakı mühim siyasi məsələlər toğrusida ilmi muhakeme yığınlar açılğan bir organ. Şununla Roşan xanım şu yerdə sözləgəndən keyin hədisi yo'qolib ketgan. Şuna şu məsələlərni nəhayətdə canlıq paketlər bilan yaxşı ingliz tili bilan tushuntirib o'tgan bo'ldi. Unda bo'lsa uning Roşan Abbas xonimidan keyin Mekrigul Tursun guvohlik berdi. Hamda siz Mekrigul Tursunninki muhim nuqtalarini bir so'zlab bergan
bo'ldi. Rahmat. Roşan Abbasninki guvohlik haqida yaxshi qisqa ixcham tushuntirish berdingiz. To'g'ri, bu Mekrigul Tursun xonimmi şu Xitayning Uyg'urlarga qaratgan lager siyosati haqida tunji bo'lib sahnaga chiqqan Uyg'ur xonim qizlarning biri. Mehrigulning hikoyasimi o'z oldiga, ya'ni shunchalik echinishliq. Buning hikoyasininki eng echinishliq taraflarining birisi bir o'g'ilninki, bir farzandiningki Xitoyninki tutqunda, anasi tutqunda, yana shu 3 bolasimi Xitoyning doktorininki ilk vaqtida o'lib ketganligidan iborat 3 bolasining birisi, ya'ni o'g'lining. Bir echinishliq hikoya. Bu yerda bir endi bolasi endi tug'ilib imtiyotgan bir bolaning ota-onasidan ayirishdan iborat. Bir dəhşətlik bir hikayədə bu həm də. Bir anağa nisbətən bir ayının aldıda oğulundan xoşuşub, məcburi halda ayrılıb, 2 aydan keyin çıxıb oğlunun ölgünü muzlutulğan bir bədəninə tapşırıb erişdiğini ibaratmı bir qorxunçluq artıq bir ələm olması gerek, azab olması gerek. Demək Mehrigul müşündaq bir ələmlərə, müşündaq bir qorxunçluq qismətlərə duş gələn həm şunu tik turub yaşayatqan bir xanım qızımızın birisi. Mehrigulninki yana bir guvohlikdagi yana bir qiziq muhim bir nuqta. Bu qizninki aqaqidan 3 qitim turmaga qamalganligi. 2005-2017 degandek araliqlarda. Eng axir qitimliqi lagerga tashlandı 3 aydan ortiq. Bu 3 ay jarayonida 3 ay jarayonida bir lagerda ko'rgan anglaganlari hozirgacha shu hozirgacha lagerga qamalib, lager haqida guvohlik berayotgan guvohchilarning bilan asosan o'xshash, ya'ni buningda qon elish, dori berish, 2 soatdan uxlab 2 soatdan o'rtirib ko'zatchilik qilish, yataq sharoitining nacharligi, tamoq sharoitining nacharligi, yuyinish aslarlarining bo'lmasligi, mehnatchilik uyadagi hatto odamlarningki o'zininki hojatini sundigan vaqtidagimi bir shaxsiyatininki bir maxfiyatligining bo'lmasligi, hamma narsani ko'zib turilganligi, to'g'ri, iborat nurg'un hikoyalar bor, echinishliq hikoyalar bor. Yana birisi buningki yana 3 oy jarayonida 9 ayolninki o'limiga shohid bo'lishdan iborat yana bir yangilik. Hozirgacha nurg'un guvohlik beruvchilar o'zining yatqida ma'lum darajadagi ziyonkashliklarni, o'lim yetimlarni şekilde kögellikini dep geldi çünkü böyle yerde bo'lsin o'zining yatqida bo'lmaganligini dedi yoki ko'rganligini dedi. Masalan, bir necha qatim shu gaplarni dedik. Ammo Mehrigul bir yataqdilam 9 odamning ko'rganligidan guvoh bo'lganligini, hatto birisininki uxla o'r turib, bir ayolning ismini unutib qoldim. O'r turib, shu saqchi ilqi guvohlik berayotgan vaqtida ilqi kuzatchilik qilayotgan vaqtida yiqilib tushib o'lib ketganligini deydi. Yani bir ayolninki Xitoycha naqshini dehqon bo'lg'achqa o'qiyolmaganlik uchun qattiq haqoratga uchrab, şu yetiplam azaplanıp uxlab ertesi qopmaganligini aytadi. Bunun hikoyalarining bir qismi bilgan buni jiqqa to'xtalmagan bo'lsin balkim. Bu bayonotida bor bu. Buni bizga so'zlagan radiomizda ziyorat qilgan bu bir qizni. To'g'ri. Bu yana men eng ta'sir qilgani hozirgi kallamda shu rasmdeklan bor. 75da bir ana 2 farzand bilan dehqonchilik qilayotgan. Da? Biz men bu yezda cho'ng bo'lgan, mening onamni dehqon, yezda bizning shunda cho'ng qiladi-da. Masalan, siz shu yerda 2 bolangiz bilan dehqonchilik qilayotgan vaqtingizda Isroillik 2 o'g'li yoki bir qiz yoki bir o'g'il 2 farzandi bor. Bu ana etizning 5-ni elib ketildi. Buning 2 bolasi etizlikning 5-ida qoladi. bu ayolning bütün hasrati shu ikki bolamga nima bo'lganda. Shu. O'lib ketgan ayolning bir ismi shu. Aşağıda lagerda. Demek bir ayol shunchalik chiroyli yurak bag'ridan ayrildi. Mecburiy aldı bir dehqon o'zining nima uchun elib ketilganligini bilmaydi hatta. Endi bütün hasrati uning nima uchun elib ketilganligidan boshqa, uning azoblaridan boshqa bir anola sifat bilan o'zining farzandining derdi. Ikki farzandining nima bo'lganda. Axiri shu ikki farzandining taqdiridanmi bexabar holda beajal o dunyoga safar qildi bu ayol. Mush hikoyasi mening kallamda hozir bir etizlik. Bizning yezlarimizda biz ko'rgan nurg'un ayollarning obrazi hikoyada kinoning bir kartinasidek kallamda qaytib qolganlik. Mushta hikoyalarga shohid bo'lgan bir ayol, ya'ni shundoq bo'lishiga qaramay, hozirgi tik turib, bejandil, ham bardam, ham keskin, ham jasurlik bilan shu Xitoyningki təşviqat maşinləri, hökumət orqanları, saqçı orqanları hər qandaq şəkildəki təhdidlərə duch kelib ularınki haqarətlərə və yanılan xorlaşlarına, tıllaşlarına baş egməy özünün hekayəsini, özününki beşik gələn qismətlərini xalqara mediada, xalqara axbaratlarda, hökumət orqanlarında, hətta dövlət məclisində içilgan qolıq bir yığılırdıma callıq rəvişdə sözləb keləyotqan, anıltıb keləyotqan Guaşlarının biri bunun biz qayıl bulmayı turanmayımız. Yani bu Mehrigül Bigen dep etti. Sot kollegiyesinden talep qılan vaxtıda 9 ayalınki qısası benim beyəcəl ölüb ketken oğlumninki ölüm üçün bir adalet talep qılamı şulaqısıyla əxtarab durub bir hüküm çıxırıb bırınlar deyen talepini oturup koydu. Biz belki yaxşı, menimce yaxşı ötken bir gualıq boldu edip qardım ben.
Doğru. Haqiqatan Mehrigül Tursun'un əmdi cəsarətiga, yəni qalğan 3 gündən yaxı guvalıq bəgən qalğan xanım qızlar həm ərlərinin cəsarətiga barakallah. Mehrigül Tursun haqiqatan tunji bo'lib Xitoy Tashqi ishlar ministrligining bayonotchisi Hua Chunyun rasmini ko'tarib, ismini tatib, ismini e'lon qilib turib, hujum qilgan shu Mehrigül Tursun bo'lgan. Mehrigül Tursun yağan dedi, yağan şahitlik bədi degəndək. Əlbəttə bu xanımның faciəsi bək təsirlik bir balısını siz dediniz, soğaq bədini özünün qoluğa tutqub qoydu edib, özümü quvalıq düşün dedi. Əlbəttə bu hər qanda insana təsir qınmay qanmaydı. Bunun için əlbəttə bizdən radionun investigative journalist, təkşir, asaslıq təkşirgüçü muxbirimiz Şökret Qoşur çıxıb özününki dəlilligən bəzi bir muşu lagerdəki bəzi dəlilligən məsələni oturub qoyub çiraylıq şərhləb, iniqlab bəgən buldu. Bu mənə aiddir. Əlbəttə birisi bizdən radionun oynayan rolunun özünü göstərkən bolsa, yəni Şökretnin qanda usullardan payınılıb, yəni Xitayning işidə bolğan, lagerning işidə bolğan bəzi nəslərini qanda öz dəlilligənligi, yoğurtqanlığı qanday şəkildə bolğanlığını bu sotның aldığı texmo dəlil isbatlar bilan yoğurtub bəgən boldu. Əlbəttə bu sotqımı naq əmdi bizdən Ərkin Asiya radiosu Uyğur bölümündən başqa yəni bir Uyğurların xalqaralıq bir radiosu bolmağan ekan, gerçi başqa qərib ingilis dili başlıq mətbuatlarca xəbər bəgən bolsunmu? Amma bizdən oynayan rolumuz əlbəttə oxşamağan ekan, olub bu Şökret Qoşunun. Şununla bugün Şökret Qoşunun çıxıb bu nurgun dəlillərini oturuq qoyğını əlbəttə bu sotqına aid keraklik materiallarını topladı dep oylayman. Siz qana qaraysiz?
Əlbəttə Şöhret Qoşur özününki şu axbar şu radio münasibətlik xəbər uçurlarını dəlilləş jaryanı və lagerdəki bir lagerda yəni Qashqa, yəni Toq Qashqaning konsernayisi, yəni Toquzaq bilan Opal, yəni mening yezamning arsida sayıq qurilgan bir lagerdəki bir əməllər bilan, tövəndərlik əməllər bilan ötkəzgən söhbət asasıdakı nurgun sallıq məlumatlarını jipuçini təminlədi. Məsələn, u yerdə oxucular qandaq lager elib lagerdəki oxucular qandaq kamerdən sınıf elib verildi. Ularning günlük məşğulat qandaq oldu. Yataq kirgəndən keyinki oturuş edəndək nurgun yaxşı usullarını təminlədi. Şöhret faqat bulan emas, sizin esingizdə bir neçə günün aldıda Xitayninki Tashqi ishlar ministrligining bayonotchisi Li Jianjiang Şöhret Qoşurning resmini chaplab, Şöhret Qoşurning Erkin Asiya radiosini qarıldı. CIA'ninki təşviqat aparatı, CIA'ning agenti degəndək gaplarla hücum qildi. Əlbəttə Xitay hozirgacha CIA işletkizmegen CIA'ning xodimi qilmagan bir odam maqomida nimadan Adrian Zensdan tortib bizning radio CIA'ning o'z bizmi shayxaligimizdan biz Xitoyning tashqi ishlar ministrligi bilmay yuribdik degandek qo'ygan bo'ldik. Shunday ishlar bilan qildi, ammo qanday bo'lmasin Xitoy har xil o'zining yog'onlari, ishlar tashviqotlari bilan bizning radiomizni xalqaro matbuotlarda hali hozirgacha qarlab keldi. Shunday bo'lsin biz Bijandilalda o'zimizning xizmatini davomlashtirib keldik. Uningdan boshqa ham tilga elishga tegishli bo'lgan bir nuqta radio haqida bo'lib o'tganligi uchun bu gap. Biz Shuhrat O'shirninki hozirgacha Xitoyninki zarb berish nishoni qilingan bir muxbirimiz ekanligini tilga olib o'tishni to'g'ri deb qardim. Chunki bizga bu fursatlar bek oz. Shuhrat O'shir 2009-yildagi shu Urumchi qirg'inchiligini, Urumchi vaqasini jonliq shaklda ota-onasi balları yo'qolib ketgan ota-onalarning hikoyalarini anlatishda, turmada o'lib ketgan, izdiraksiz g'oyib bo'lgan Uyg'urlarning hikoyasini anlatishda na kuchli rol o'ynagan. Ularning orasida hatto mening bir tuqqanim bor. Mening bevos tuqqanim bo'lmasa, ayolim tarafdan tuqqan bo'lgan bizning bir hamda bajidamdoq bir bajimizningki o'lib ketgan bo'laqsiliq bir bolaning hikoyasini so'zlagan. Merhabaning ayolning ismini bilaman. Bu shu jihatdan tortib hozirgacha yaxshi rollarni o'tab kelyapti. Shunga Xitoy hukumati Shuhrat O'shirning ovozini bo'g'ish uchun hali kuchli ravishda buni hujum qildi. Hatto buning Tudaxon qatorliq bir necha akinlarni uchdan tan qamab ularga zarba bergan, hatto o'g'ilni ichkaridan kirib uni qo'rqatgan, lagerga tashlagan, qizini zarba bergan, uning jurkini siqqan nurg'un zamonlar bo'ldi. Shunda bo'lsa Shuhrat yanılam dadil aldı qarab o'zininki vazifasini bu burish deb qarab buni yaxshi davomlashtirib kelyapti. Uning bilan birlikda yana bizningki radioda albatta Xitoyning zarbasiga uchragan Shuhrat emas nurg'unlarimiz bor. Uni balkim siz so'zlab o'tishingiz mumkin. To'g'ri. Demak, qanday bo'lsin bizning radio Xitoy har tarafdan hujum qilsa, yana biz o'zimizning operatsiyasini izchil davomlashtirib kelyapmiz deb qarayman.
Albatta bu yerda Shuhrat O'shirni deganda Xitoy hukumatining bayonotchisi ismini atab turib hujum qilishi, Erkin Osiyo radiosini bizni CIA bilan bog'lishi, albatta bu tasodifiy bir ish emas. Siz degandek Shuhrat O'shirning huquqlari, uning tuqqanlari, qarindoshlari hozirgacha aniq emas, nurg'unlari lagerda. Uningdan sir bizning radioda sizning inlaringiz bo'lsin, urug' tuqqanlaringiz bo'lsin, qolgan muxbirlarimiz, masalan Asadning akislar inisining lager ishganligini, yana birisining kesilganligini, sizning bir iningizning yaqin kesilganligini o'zimiz dalillagan bo'ldik. Uningdan sirt qolgan muxbirlarimiz mayli Guljakra bo'lsin, boshqalar bo'lsin,
hatto Qurbon
bo'lsin, hammalarning birdan nurg'ungacha urug' tuqqanlari yo kesildi, yo lagerga elib ketildi, yo izdiraksiz ularning nada nim qilayotganligi, hayotmi yo o'likmishganligi aniq emas. Shunda bo'lsa-mu, mayli Shuhrat O'shir bo'lsin, siz bilan qolganlar bo'layli. Biz yana xizmatimizni davomlashtirib ketib boramiz, chunki bizning o'ynayotgan rolimiz, o'zimiz bilamiz muhimligi rolni. Ammo shu sababdan albatta Xitoy hukumati hamda bizga hujum qilishi tasodifiy bir ish emas.
Emas, to'g'ri deysiz. Qanday qilib bo'lmasin, bugun radio haqida yana ozroq so'zlab qoldik, chunki gap radio haqida hujum bizga kelayotgan ekan. Guvohlik bergichlarmi radio haqida radioga munosabatli shaxslar bo'lganligi uchun menimcha bizningki anglag'ishlarimizni bizni to'g'ri tushunadi deb o'ylayman. Chunki albatta bu bugungi bu faoliyat biz haqida bo'lmagan faoliyat, biz ozroq so'zlab qoldik. Yani qanday bo'lsin, bugungi bu guvohlik berish yig'ini 3-kuni eng oxirgi bosqichda shunchalik natijalik oxirlashdi. Masalan, bugun Shuhrat O'shirdan shu asosliq savol so'ragan mutaxassislarning birisi Aldo Zamin Borda degan xodim bo'ladi. To'g'ri. Bu hamda Angliya Ruskin universitetining qonun fakultetining sobiq modeli ekanda. O'sha odam emaskan bo'lma, qonun fakultetining modeli. Demak, bu odamning har bir savollarda
Laskunning degan bak cho'ng gap.
Har bir savolida demak, shu o'zining erishmoqchi bo'lgan javobiningki bir buningda bir ahamiyatlik bir bog'lanishlik bir yer bo'ladi. Albatta bu qonun shunas bo'lgandan keyin bular bir savollarni oldirab chiqamaydi. Savol so'ragan vaqtidami albatta siz qonunda o'qigan bir odam. Demak, keskin jonliq savollar bo'ldi. Lagerning qurilmasi haqida savollarni so'radi. Ularninki ishi elib berish, bejirish usullari haqida, sistemasi haqida bo'ldi. Demak, bugungi shu guvohlik berish yig'ini umumiy jihatdan natijalik bo'lgan bir guvohlik berish yig'ini bo'ldi deb mayli texniklik jihatdan bo'lsin bizning operatsiyamizni yaxshi davom qildi. Shunga men o'zim xo'sh bo'ldim deb o'ylayman. Bo'libmi bizning taqib jihatdagi texniklik masalalarning yuz bermaganligidan deb qaradim hamda.
Shu nurg'unlar uningda andish qildi, balkim hujum uchrab nima bo'lganda agar internet hujum uchrasa balkim taqat qilib bo'lishni atayin deb xuddi Belgiyada bo'lgandek. Belgiya parlamentimi Uyg'ur ئىرقىي قىرغىنچىلىق мәселесі үстіде bir қарар layihə ötküzümüz degan kuni, məsələn, to'g'ri hujum uchrab, u kuni qilamidi masalanda. Ammo yaxshi ishlar normal ketyapti. Unda bo'lsa, aytadiki, guvohlarning kimligini bir
bo'ldi degandek, to'liq bir kunlik faoliyatimiz bor. Shuningdek, siz shuni bir tafsiliy tushuntirib o'tgan bo'lsangiz. Xato yo'q. Shuning bilan bugungi bu to'r bizningki bu söhbətimizni bir şey xulaslasak oldu.
Şuna qilaylik. Unda bo'lsa, hörmətli ko'rurmanlar, bugungi, ya'ni yakshanbalik Angliyaning poytaxti Londondagi Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasining bo'sh ispat berish yig'inining 3-chi kuni shuning bilan oxirlashdi. Atdigina guvohlik berganlar birisi g'arblik mutaxassis, Uyg'urshunos, advokat, xalqaro kishilik huquq advokati Shana Joli xonim so'zlaydi, guvohlik berdi. Ya'ni Xitoy hukumatining nima sababdan Uyg'urlarni nishon qilganligi. Undan keyin nomsiz bir guvohchi so'zlamoqchi. Undan keyin Nursimon Abdurashid xonim Turkiyadan isbot berdi. Undan keyin yana isbot bergan ikki Uyg'ur bo'lsa, birisi Malikzod Habibul, yana birisi Mahmad Tabakkul.
Bo'ldi, rahmat. Ana yaxshi tushuntirib berdingiz. Hurmatli televizor ko'ruvchilar, ko'rurmanlar, ekran oldidagi barliq qarindoshlar. Ko'rayotganinglar Erkin Asiya radiosuning Angliyaning London shahrida ishlayotgan Uyg'ur sud kollegiyasining naq maydon tarqitishi. Bugungi anglitishimiz mushaqish bo'ladi. Ata bizningki yana bu tarqitishimiz radiomizning tor betida, radiomizning sotsial media kanallaridan Facebook, Twitter va YouTube'da naq maydondan o'ziringlarda bo'ladi. Ekranimizga davomli diqqat berishingizni qarshi olamiz. Ko'rishguncha xushroq bo'linglar. Xayr xush.
Xo'sh.